Chapter 1494. The Empress Might. Wang Wei looked at Heavenly Dao's list. Although it was only a short period, these cultivators did their best to kill the Heaven Primarchs. Kong was the first in the list, followed by Jian Wushuang, Huafeng Huang, Wang Fushuan, and Lin Fan. He glanced at Kong and Lin Fan's names in the first and fifth spots, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The sky suddenly changed as a vision covered heaven and earth. Then golden merit descended from the sky. The first to be rewarded were not the people on the list, but the sages who previously helped Wang Wei. Once these people were rewarded, those who contributed to the lock's destruction received rewards, including the Skill Path Association and Xin Junyao. Finally, the people on the list received their rewards. However, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. The person who contributed the most to the world's liberation, Wang Wei, received no reward. Wang Wei remained calm in his soul form. Now that the lock had broken, he could use divination as freely as he wished. So he knew Heavenly Dao didn't reward him because the latter had prepared something special that it wanted to reward him privately. So he focused on something that was occurring in the sky. Heavenly Dao was reviving Sage Lin Qi, and his golden body of merit rapidly rose to the third level. The pure golden light from the sky faded, revealing the gentle elderly man with a heart of gold. "I'm glad that fellow Taoist is back," Wang Wei said. Although he was cruel, he admitted he would feel guilty if Sage Lin Qi could not return. Such a kind soul deserves all the blessings and prosperity of the world. "I'm also glad to return," Sage Lin Qi smiled. He once saw the future of mortals from Wang Wei's concept of mortal civilization. However, before he could experience the growth of this idea, he had to sacrifice himself. Now that he has returned, Sage Lin Qi plans to continue his work. "How about you, fellow Taoist? Your situation? No need to be concerned," Wang Wei reassured. "If you say watch out." A shadow suddenly appeared behind Wang Wei to stab him. However, he calmly teleported behind the attacker and opened his mouth to swallow the person's body and soul. With this nourishment, he replenished all his previously consumed soul energy. They say birds die for food, and humans die for profit. These words have never been truer, Sage Lin Qi sighed. The poor man probably thought Wang Wei's weakness was an opportunity for profit, but lost his life in the process. Wang Wei shrugged. He did not blame that loose cultivator for taking the risk. After reaching the Paragon realm as a loose cultivator, further advancement will become 100 times more challenging, so it's understandable to take risks when presented with an opportunity. "It's about to start," Wang Wei suddenly muttered as he looked in the distance. As expected, a beautiful woman with a birthmark on her chin and a bamboo on her waist materialized in the sky. Everyone who looked at her felt a sharp pain in their eyes, shocked by the sharpness of her sword will. Yanhai glanced at everyone before taking a deep breath and spreading her voice through every corner of the world. "Heaven and earth above, the world is on the verge of freeing itself from a tyrant and an era of pain and suffering. I represent the will of all the overlords, the bearer of luck and destiny of the old era, to request the manifestation of the human destiny sword." 13 multicolored dragons materialized above Yanhai's head, representing each of the overlords, including the Origin Seal continent. Although Wu Hong could not be contacted, her disciples and subordinates in Limbo represented the Origin Seal continent and gave their consent. The 13 dragons swam around each other in the sky before roaring. The world trembled slightly before a golden altar materialized in the sky, holding a golden sword with a dragon symbol on one side, and the characters for humans on the other. The sword flew into Yanhai's hands and her vision changed. She saw a world of runes, but these runes seemed to be infected by an aura. The heaven laws of the eternal ascension world. And that aura should be Supreme Unity's imprints, Yanhai thought. She did not hesitate to swing the sword, instantly eliminating those auras. However, the core imprint located in Heavenly Dao itself remained intact, except it was dimmer than before. "This is the best I can do, huh?" The sword has granted her immense power, and she could probably fight those two for an extended period. However, this was not enough to completely eliminate Supreme Unity's influence. Alright, the next step. Yanhai gazed toward the dark truth. The power barrier preventing anything from entering or leaving the world remained. She swung her sword a second time, tearing it apart. A woman dressed in red slowly walked out of the gray fog. She embodied the words beautiful, graceful, and noble. And as soon as she appeared, she instantly stole the spotlight from Yen Hai. "It's your turn," Yen Hai said as the sword flew from her hands into Wu Hong's. She caught it, and a message entered her mind. "So that's how it is," she muttered. The word turned into a light that entered her forehead, leaving a small jewel that accentuated her beauty. Wu Hong then looked at Wang Wei and gave him a quick smile before disappearing. Her destination was obvious: primordial chaos, or to be precise, the battlefield between Maitreya and Supreme Unity. When she arrived, Maitreya had the advantage. Supreme Unity seemed distracted, trying to remove an unknown power from his palm, which cost him all the initiative. "I'll hold him off, but don't try to kill him. Seal him instead," Maitreya communicated through divine sense. "Why?" "Although the sword temporarily raised your power to our level, the essence of your being, or your existence, is still lower than ours, meaning you can't kill him. The only thing you would do is destroy his current body and soul, and give him the chance to revive somewhere else," Maitreya explained. "I understand." Wu Hong nodded before removing the seal in her sea of consciousness, accessing the 3,800 primary seals. She chose one of them, and a rune materialized in this soup of primordial chaos. She waved her hand, and the rune rushed toward Supreme Unity, who showed an expression of rage and hatred. "So you can feel emotions," Maitreya sighed before blocking all his escape paths. Wu Hong's seal rune turned into a yellow barrier that slowly encircled him. "That power," Supreme Unity muttered as if he had understood something. He looked at Maitreya as he understood something. The first person Maitreya went to see was Wu Hong after her transformation. He previously thought it was because of their former friendship, but now he understood she was trying to hide that power from his sight. "You noticed, huh?" Maitreya muttered. "Although it's incomplete, the essence has reached our level. Her talent is truly unparalleled." "This is not over, you know that, right?" Supreme Unity asked. "But it is," Maitreya responded calmly and confidently. "Even if he escapes this seal, the others will have caught up by the time he does, and Supreme Unity won't be much of an issue anymore. Well, see." The barrier turned into a towering mountain. Maitreya waved her hand to put it away. "Thank you," she said to Wu Hong, but the latter seemed distracted by something. "Is there something wrong?" Wu Hong was about to answer when she received a communication from Wang Wei. "Hey, love of my life, are the people in Limbo watching what just happened?" "Who's the love of your life?" "And yes, they are watching," Wu Hong responded. "Can you still use your power?" "Yes, why?" "Quickly seal and remove their memories of what you just did, including my ancestors," Wang Wei said. Wu Hong frowned after hearing this. "It's not that I don't trust them, but it's better to be safe than sorry," he explained. "It's not that. I noticed a hidden gate in our world, and I can only use my power once, and I was planning on sealing it." "Hidden gate? Is this what Time Eater was working on?" "Forget the gate and wipe these people's memories," Wang Wei said without hesitation. "The catastrophe is inevitable, and your seal will only delay things. Your safety is a priority." Wang Wei did not trust these people to start targeting Wu Hong after seeing how capable she is, or even worse, sell the information to the catastrophe enemy to use their hands to remove a competitor. "Tell Maitreya the gate's location and deal with these people." "All right, no need to nag," Wu Hong said before casting a new seal, removing the memories from the watchers' minds. However, her expression became severe once the act was done. "What's wrong?" Wang Wei asked. "The technique failed for two people." "Who?" "Dugu Baitian and the human emperor," Wu Hong replied. "Ing Zheng has the jade butterfly pendant which could explain it. But what's so special about this Dugu Tianbai? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1495 Long-awaited reunion. It may be related to the ultimate taboo now that I think about it. At some point near the end he was acting a little shady, Wu Hong related. The Grand Sect Alliance suddenly became interested in a prisoner I have who is related to the Desire Heart Palace. Dugu Tianbai may have discovered something related to them, or something related to the power of desire and obsession. Wang Wei explained. So he has become more dangerous? I know I should have acted more petty and tried to kill him during the taboo, Wu Hong stated. Well, there is no pill for regret, so no point in complaining now. Come see me as soon as you're available. No problem, Wang Wei replied before ending the conversation. Meanwhile, Maitreya sighed after what Wu Hong did. Was that necessary? She asked. You have the luxury of trusting these people, but I don't, Wu Hong replied coldly. You have a point, Maitreya sighed. Listen, Dai. This is for you, Wu Hong said before throwing her a talisman. What's this? An unknown portal hidden in our world. I believe it is the source of the upcoming catastrophe, Wu Hong. You found it? I've been worrying about the sudden change to the world ever since Time Eater's death, Maitreya said as she used her divine scan to find the location pointed out by Wu Hong. Are your senses that terrifying? Maitreya asked as she realized that even if her primary body searched for this thing, the result would have been the same as the vessel. So, the fact that Wu Hong could find this thing is further proof that she will be miles ahead of Maitreya in supreme unity once she reaches their cultivation realm. You're overthinking things. I designed the Hong protective system, so when I sensed a flaw in our defenses, I checked and discovered this thing, Wu Hong explained. The previous power did allow her to sense something wrong with the world, but even then, she could not find it. It was only after using that power with the protective system that she succeeded. If even you couldn't sense it, that means the person or persons who designed this thing are powerful beyond my capabilities, Maitreya said with furrowed brows. The future is indeed bleak, Wu Hong nodded. But it's also an opportunity. Maybe alright, I'll check on this gate, but once I'm done, I have something to talk to you and Wang Wei. Alright. Wu Hong nodded before teleporting away. Recent events had numerous applications, and she needed to oversee things in the Origin Seal continent. Once she returned home, the human destiny sword flew out of her body and into its altar before disappearing between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, back in the Eternal Ascension world, Wang Wei condensed a temporary body from the Dao Qi from the surrounding. He wanted to rush desperately toward the Origin Seal continent, but knew now was inappropriate. Instead, he returned to the Dao opening sect with ancestor Yan Hai. The two teleported to Origin Mountain, which was the place where elder meetings used to take place. As soon as they arrived, the power of luck rushed into the mountain, slowly condensing into numerous figures. Wang Wei noticed the memorialized luck he created from the sect for all his achievements in the lower dimension went to 3 people, and he guessed who they were. He waited with bated breath for the process to finish. What? In a hurry to see your wife? Ancestor, this is not the time to be teasing me. Especially since an eternal single person such as yourself cannot understand the yearning and loneliness I've had to live with. Yan Hai's lips twitched. Boy, did you get a little arrogant after becoming a paragon? Do you want a taste of my bamboo? Ancestor, I'm just joking. Can't you take a joke? Wang Wei smiled wryly, and Yan Hai snorted coldly. The revival of these people from limbo took a few hours, to Wang Wei's distress. The final result, with the help of a small amount of merit from Yan Hai's actions, was that the 3 primals, Qiyuan, Battle Maniac, and Desolate, returned with a peak Empyrean realm, and the rest were either great emperors or lower. The world of the living, Qiyuan muttered as he took a deep breath. It feels so good to be back alive. So true, Desolate replied, opening his mouth to swallow qi from the source like a whale drinking water. Battle Maniac stretched his body before making a short martial arts punching routine. Thank you, Qiyuan said as he held Wang Wei on his shoulders. For everything you've done for us, the sect, and the world. I was just doing what I'm supposed to, Wang Wei replied politely. Heavenly Tao has burdened you with great destiny. But you rose to the occasion and even exceeded expectations, Qiyuan smiled. The kid is not trying to hear all this. The only thing on his mind is to reunite with his wife, Yan Hai suddenly said, making Qiyuan and the others chuckle. In that case, we won't hold you up. We still have to recuperate, and you also must heal. There will be plenty of time in the future to talk and get acquainted. Wang Wei nodded before flying in the distance with ungodly speed. and as soon as he was out of the formation range, he teleported away. Oh love. Miscellaneous sighed deeply. The others rolled their eyes at him. Qiyuan focused on Yukai and Elder Yin Shui. Should we say something? Battle Maniac asked. Based on how Wu Hong was behaving, she was distracted by something, and someone reminded her to erase our memory, most likely him. He knows when to put her interest above ours, and when to put ours above hers, so there is no need to worry, Qiyuan replied. I'm starting to think you have too much faith in him, Desolate said. I concur, Battle Maniac added. Add me to this list of concerns. You've been different since the taboo, Yin Hai added. To be precise, you've been acting odd since you saw the kid in the lower dimension. I've told you before, I know I've reached my limit. I've been worried about the future, but now I've found someone who can break my limitations and lead us to a better future. I understand passing the torch, but for many of us, it looks like you've retired and even given up, Desolate added. Maybe, I subconsciously haven't fully accepted my new role despite what I say? Who knows? But to reassure all of you, I have not given up. I know he's young and has a lot of room for improvement, and he'll need my help to hold the reins until he's ready, Qiyuan replied. That's all we wanted to hear, Battle Maniac patted his shoulder. After this brief conversation through divine sense, the group focuses on the remaining sect people. Welcome, ancestors. You two did an excellent job keeping things together during that tumultuous era, Qiyuan praised. It's all Primal Seed Wang Wei's effort, Elder Yin Shui said. That's right. Without his guidance we may not have survived the Heaven Lock, Yukai swiftly added. You don't need to give your credit to him, Desolate added. Although we couldn't intervene, we watched all your efforts, sacrifice, and humiliation to protect our legacy. You will be rewarded for your achievements. Thank you. Origin Seal Continent. Wang Wei stood less than 2 meters from Wu Hong, looking at her captivating eyes. Everything around faded, leaving only her presence. He wanted to rush into her arms, but hesitated. However, Wu Hong had no such scruples. She flew into his arms and kissed him passionately for a good minute. What was that for? That's for all the days I spend thinking and missing you, Wu Hong replied. And that's for letting me think you died. She pinched his waist and Wang Wei winced in pain. I really had no choice but to fake my death, Wang Wei sighed. Anyway, did you miss me? I did, Wu Hong nodded. After succeeding in her perfect foundation and discovering she was sealed, Wu Hong distracted herself with other projects while occasionally thinking about him. However, when she felt their connection severed and realized he may have died, she felt a great pain in her chest that was almost unbearable. When he revived, she felt her gray world had regained its color. This experience made her realize she was in love with this man who embodies unpredictability, contradiction, and hypocrisy. It's just that her previous experience with a bad relationship and his weird relationship with the clone have prevented her from fully accepting him. How about you show me how much you truly miss me? Wang Wei asked, and Wu Hong happily reached for his lips. However, she suddenly stopped midway through and started smelling him. What's wrong? Your soul. Why does it have the smell of another woman? She asked. What? There is a unique aura from when someone has intense lustful thoughts toward you, and it's in your soul. Based on the intensity, it's not from someone who admires you from afar, but someone you had close contact with. So, who is the other woman? You can detect such a thing. Wang Wei looked at her with an absurd look. He realized that if the cultivator world were monogamous, men would never get away with cheating. Are you trying to deflect the question? Wu Hong asked calmly. No, I'm just baffled why you have such an ability. Still haven't answered. It's from the heavenly serpent Empress, Wang Wei replied. Who? You may know her as the serpent boulder Empress, or Lu Chuntao. Oh her, Wu Hong realized. So, what's your relationship? Transactional, Wang Wei replied. You reminded me I should return her artifact. Sun Junyao had already left before Yen Hai took action, but the broken transcendent artifact was still in Wang Wei's hands. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. How about we talk about it over tea? Wu Hong offered as she led them to the dining area. Wang Wei sighed. That bastard Si Meihui ruined the moment they were having. This woman is slowly becoming the bane of my existence, Wang Wei thought as he walked with her. For the next hour he explained everything he had experienced since she entered the dark truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1496 The Conversation. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei lay his head on Wu Hong's lap and she gently played with his hair. He finished recounting everything he had experienced. See how much I have suffered. I understand, she nodded. Any relationship with heavenly Tao is almost like a curse. So? Wang Wei asked. So what? Why don't you rush over and teach that woman, Si Meihui, a lesson? Wang Wei asked. You should avenge your own grievance. Don't you know I'm a feminist, so I don't hit women? Wang Wei asked. Say that to Lu Meixiu, Emotionyun, Tong Ruobing. Alright. And wouldn't being a feminist mean you have no problem hitting women and men? Wu Hong countered. Now we suddenly care about the definition of words. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. If the situation were reversed, you would expect me to beat the other guy. Of course. Wouldn't you want to show me how strong and masculine you are? Wang Wei replied, asking with an innocent voice and eyes, making Wang Wei's eyes twitch. Fine, you win. I don't know why I tried to argue with you in the first place. I thought I was the two-faced one in the relationship. Little brat, you're still a few epochs too young to argue with me, Wu Hong sneered. As soon as she uttered these words, she regretted them when she saw the glint in Wang Wei's eyes. She knew he was about to make a sexual innuendo or joke about their age difference. Wash your words, she immediately warned. You're no fun, Wang Wei scoffed. There is a saying back on Earth that marrying a daughter-in-law 3 years older than the groom will bring prosperity to the family. He was lucky to find a daughter-in-law billions of years older, but he couldn't take full advantage of this fact. How egregious. Now it's your turn. Wang Wei changed the subject. What did you experience inside the fog? Things started as you said. After sitting down, the materials appeared, including a few not included in your experience. Wang Wei nodded. Wu Hong was a former primal, so it's expected that the process of establishing a transcendent foundation would be different or more challenging. The process was more dangerous than expected. Grand Daos consciousness descended, trying to force me to experience a tribulation for the process. So it has started regulating these foundations. Wang Wei asked. It appeared so. It makes sense since it regulates everything. Continue. I finished the process and tested my new strength. But then I realized I was sealed, Wu Hong continued. And before you ask, yes, I'm more powerful than before. I'll catch up and surpass you soon, Wang Wei said through gritted teeth. It's good to have dreams. Wu Hong lightly tapped his face. Now that I had more time, I started working on the 12 and 13 foundation. However, as soon as I closed my eyes, I realized I could remember some events of the taboo. Oh. In the last trial, I met a woman standing in this white space that seemed to be the origin of everything. She first showed me the alternate timeline you mentioned. Really? Wang Wei was immediately intrigued. The alternative timeline he saw focused mostly on him, and the Wu Hong he saw was already grown and established. So he did not know much about her. According to that timeline, I should have ascended during the Devil Race's War of Conquest. That's even earlier than the First Origin War, Wang Wei commented. That's right. The destiny to kill the primogenitor devil was mine after he had made my life a living hell, Wu Hong explained. The woman then revealed she was a version of me, and she cared deeply about losing one of her disciples, so she rewrote the timeline to erase the latter's existence. Erased? Why not just change it? I had the same question, and she said the disciple was the karmic manifestation of her pain and suffering. She saw countless timelines, and in all of them, the latter dies, and she suffers devastating emotional pain. So she took the opportunity to erase her. That sounds harsh, Wang Wei commented. He suddenly remembered the only time he saw lower dimension Wu Hong cry. But what opportunity was she talking about? I asked, but she only answered with a smile. Wu Hong shook her head. Of course she did, Wang Wei sighed. What else? I didn't just see the other timeline, but experienced it. I experienced all the trials and tribulations of the devil race eradication, the first and second origin war, and the tribulation from our relationship. Wang Wei was silent. Did you know that after you created that clone for Sun Junyao, I spent billions of yuan epics fearing you were the clone, and she had your real body? I would never do that. I know, but I could not remove that irrational fear from my mind, and it became a deep insecurity for me. Wu Hong sighed. Didn't I try to appease you? He did, but only years later when I couldn't hide it anymore, Wu Hong replied. Well, it's his fault he took so long to notice. Don't worry, one day, I'll search for him and beat him for all he put you through. Now is not the time for your cheekiness, Wu Hong said with a smile as she pinched his handsome face, and Wang Wei gave her puppy eyes. After experiencing that timeline, she asked me to choose. Choose? As in choosing a timeline? Wang Wei asked. Yes, she wanted me to choose which timeline I wanted to be the primary and secondary, or whether I wanted only to remember one. Wu Hong explained. Since you're here, I'm guessing you chose our timeline? Not exactly. I fought with her. You what? Wang Wei asked. Not physically but verbally, she explained. Why? Wang Wei asked with lips twitching. Our timeline is obviously better, but it's only because she meddled in it and changed things. I am not too comfortable with her changing things and messing with my life. But she's you. She mentioned that. Wu Hong nodded. Meaning you would make the same choice if you had her power. She also argued that. Wu Hong continued. So you agreed with her? While she was correct, I still don't like the fact that she meddled. You realized how absurd that conversation was from her point of view, Wang Wei commented. She was communicating with an alternate version of her past self that was technically still her. But that self disagreed with decisions she made. To be precise, decisions that self will eventually make. Well, maybe not make the same decision since the alternate self now has different experiences and preferences. I'm getting a headache just thinking about it, Wang Wei said. We figured as much and had a laugh, Wu Hong chuckled. Wang Wei imagined the beautiful sight of two of these beauties laughing and chatting, and had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He only woke up when someone pinched his side. So, what did you end up choosing? He asked. I asked her whether that choice was important, and she told me that at her level, it was only a minor thing. However, she also explained that the slightest change or improvement is extremely precious at her level. A world in which the little things matter because everyone is too powerful and can do everything? I guess it makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. I chose this timeline, but I wanted to remember the other timeline as well. So she removed their influence on my memory, Wu Hong sighed. The meeting with her future self was the first time she had met someone so powerful. She now understood why Wang Wei accepted events related to his future self. The power difference is too vast, and the only thing you can do is accept and hope. I'm glad you had such a wonderful experience. My future self is a jerk and never speaks to me directly, Wang Wei complained. She had a message for you, Wu Hong continued. Oh, did she want to remind you that our love is eternal? Just because she's me, don't think I won't consider it cheating if you get with her, Wu Hong warned, making Wang Wei speechless. Wu Hong chuckled at his facial expression before becoming serious. She said to be careful of the time nexuses. Time nexus, Wang Wei muttered. These words sound familiar. He suddenly sat straight on her lap with an ugly expression. Did you think of something? The other you. She warned me of the same thing, but I forgot. How could you forget something so important? Unless someone placed a spiritual hint on me to ignore such an important warning, Wang Wei said with an ugly expression. Who else can it be? Grand Dao, that bastard, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. Wu Hong warned him around the time of the Heaven Will battle, just before she dissipated. Afterward, Wang Wei had direct connection to Grand Dao when proving the Dao, which should be the time he was under that spiritual hint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1497 Wrath's Choice. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. His relationship with that bastard Grand Dao was never good to begin with, so it's understandable why the latter would act against his interests. The question he wanted to know was why. What's a time nexus? Wang Wei asked. I don't know. I know some people use it interchangeably with fate nexus. Wu Hong replied. Fate nexuses were inevitable events of a cultivator's life imposed on them by the river of fate. Some historians also refer to important events of history as time nexus, and they will be careful when using the river of time to travel to those eras to observe. But I don't think she meant that, Wu Hong explained. Could it be something that is going to happen to me? But she could have called them fate nexuses. Maybe they have nothing to do with fate, but things that happen due to your actions. There is also the fact that these events are technically in the past from her point of view. Hence why she used time nexuses, Wu Hong commented. You have a point, but I don't like all the uncertainty for something so crucial. Wang Wei groaned. Didn't the other me tell you the details? Oh, well, I remember she was being all careful when she told you. You remember? Wang Wei immediately asked. You removed the seal? Well, I realized you accepted the fact I wasn't her and treated me as such, so I removed the seal, Wu Hong replied, and Wang Wei looked at her smiling like an idiot. Focus. Then stop being beautiful and cute, Wang Wei countered, making Wu Hong roll her eyes. Maitreya said she wanted to speak to both of us. You can ask her if she knows the meaning of time nexus, Wu Hong uttered. That's a good idea. Wang Wei nodded before exhaling deeply. He looked in the distance. It's time for me to return. Indeed. You're in terrible shape, and I have responsibilities to attend to. One more thing. Will you revive that girl Hung Meiling? I don't know. She had potential as long as she removed her obsessive veneration for me. However, in the upcoming catastrophe, spending 1 million yuan epics reviving someone is unwise. So, I may wait until I reach that help to revive her. Maybe I can preserve her potential. Wu Hong explained before looking at him. Why are you staring this time? I just realized I never experienced your master-apprentice side except when you're beating me. You mean teaching? Yeah, teaching, Wang Wei said with air quotes. Unlike you, I enjoy raising and molding the next generation, she replied. That's too much work, and they usually become a burden, Wang Wei scoffed. Unless they are family or people with great talent. He'll only do the bare minimum if tasked to train them. You know, sometimes you have such a binary way to see the world. Okay, now we are attacking people's flaws, are we? Do you really want to go down that path? I don't think you want to get into this. Oh really? What are my flaws? She looked at him intently. Don't listen to my stupid mouth. You're perfect and flawless, Wang Wei immediately answered. I think you're talking about Sun Junyao, Wu Hong countered, almost catching Wang Wei off guard. Sun who? Who's that? Is that a new or old friend of yours I've never heard about? Nice try, Wu Hong snorted. Wang Wei smiled wryly before handing her a crystal-like object. Is that the nurture core? Yes. It'll be healing and cultivating, so I thought I would leave it with you to start the study. That's a good idea. Wu Hong nodded as she played with the crystal in her palm. Wait, why did I just realize I'm doing all your work and research for you? First was the 10 to 12 foundations, and now this thing. And here is your payment, Wang Wei said before giving her this existence blueprint technique. However, Wu Hong just stared at him. He'll hand it over even without this project, making this pointless. Now honey, you'll be going. Remember that I always love you, Wang Wei said before kissing her on her cheeks and disappearing from this place, as if he was running for his life. Wu Hong smiled while muttering. Your family is not here to keep you in check, and your reverence for your ancestors won't last once you're at their level. However, don't worry, it'll be here to keep you grounded. Wang Wei's way of acting is easy to understand. The more powerful he is, the less restraint he has, and the more reckless his brilliant mind has him acting. That's what happens when someone who pursues absolute personal freedom gets access to ungodly power, and a mind without any cognitive blockades. She disappeared from the room into a hidden dimension of the continent. In this place, a similar situation to the Tao opening sect was occurring, with the revival of her disciples and other members of the continent. Wu Hong raised her hand to fill two people in the front with a small portion of merit. Their bodies and faces became more ethereal, revealing two people with quite similar faces. Except one was a man and the other a woman. They were twins. The woman had a red hanfu, and the man wore blue robes. As soon as they appeared, their bodies released the aura of a paragon with a cultivation of 90%. Master. The twins bowed. It's good to see you again. Wu Hong nodded with a gentle smile. We're sorry to have disappointed you, the woman said. We did try our best, the man nodded. Don't worry about it. I have just acquired something that should help you, Wu Hong reassured. Song Luli and Song Jiang were the people closest in the Origin Seal continent to becoming a primal. They had developed their ultimate technique and unique Dao skill, but failed to reach the time mark requirement. They did their best in the taboo to reach that realm, but the result was regrettable. However, after Wang Wei reminded her of the absolute killer, and having access to the nurturing stone, she had an idea on how to help these two. Master, what did you get? Song Luli asked. However, her brother immediately lightly pushed her with his elbow. Since the master said she has something to help, you don't need to know what it is, just wait for it. Song Luli stuck her tongue at him in defiance. It's not ready yet, and you still need to recuperate, so don't worry about it, Wu Hong replied, already used to her disciple's temper. Master, we can oversee the return of the others. You don't have to wait here, Song Jiang said. It's all right. It's been a while since I saw them, and I miss you guys, Wu Hong said before waiting for everyone to return. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to a domain outside his sect's territory. He had contacted Si Meihui to meet and return her artifact, and they agreed on meeting in a neutral location since Wang Wei did not want to enter her palace, and she did not want to appear in the Dao opening sect's territory. They met atop a mountain near a small mortal village in the Dao Song domain. As Wang Wei waited, a portal appeared not too far from him, and Si Meihui appeared with all her sexiness and charms on full display. Still not as good as my hunger, Wang Wei thought. Where is Wrath? Where is my weapon? Wang Wei summoned the black orb, and Si Meihui scanned it with her divine sense. You're ruthless, she commented while staring at him. She could tell he had removed all his methods to complete this artifact, including traces of how he did it, meaning Si Meihui could not even use his repairing idea. Where is Wrath? Wang Wei asked again. About that, there have been some complications, Si Meihui said with a bright smile. You're joking, right? Wang Wei said, his eyes becoming dangerous. Don't think because you're stronger than me that I can't get rid of you. Oh, I know, love, Si Meihui replied. She had seen him destroy the lock and understood the implications of his actions, and the history behind them. It doesn't appear that you do. Otherwise, you would not be playing with me right now, Wang Wei rebutted. All I said was the situation was complicated, not that something had happened to her. In fact, maybe she should explain it to you. Si Meihui waved her hand to open another portal. Wang Wei looked at the beautiful Wrath with her and frowned. What is she talking about? He asked. I'm not leaving with you, Wrath said. What are you talking about? Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeper. Wrath looked at Si Meihui, and after her encouragement she continued. While you were gallivanting around saving the world, I formed a deep emotional bond with Empress Si Meihui. So, I've decided to spend the rest of my life with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1498 Yen Heist Wisdom. What in the hell is going on? Wang Wei asked incredulously. You heard what I said, Wrath said, her eyes firmer than a divine cultivator's firmament. Wang Wei stared at her before blatantly using his divine sense to scan her body. You, Wrath said with aggrieved eyes, but Wang Wei ignored her. He wanted to know whether she was under control or any kind of influence, so he was brazen and invasive as he checked her. Is this really necessary? Si Meihui said with a smile. This does not concern you, so stay out of this, Wang Wei warned. She's my new consort, so it does concern me, Si Meihui countered, but she did not stop him. Wang Wei did not find anything, despite using divination and peeping into her past. Stockholm Syndrome? No, it's more like she wanted a new person to protect her, and Si Meihui took advantage of her vulnerability, Wang Wei analyzed. Do you understand the consequences of staying with her? The world is about to experience a catastrophe unlike anything anyone has ever seen. Her strength as a primal might make you think she can protect you, but her foundation is weak. She can barely protect herself. You don't have to worry about mine or her security, Si Meihui butted in, but Wang Wei stared at Wrath, waiting for her answer. I understand and my choice remains the same, Wrath replied. What about your other brothers and sisters? Gluttony has chosen to build a home for the future ascenders, and the others have chosen to reincarnate for a second chance at the eternal path. Once everybody is settled, Gluttony will also follow the others. We all have our own paths, and this is mine, Wrath replied. Wang Wei peered into her soul through her eyes. He realized this was her choice, which she was committed to following, no matter the consequences. Well, since you chose this path of your own free will, I won't say anything anymore. I've gone above board for the promise I made to your master, and whatever happens to you from now has nothing to do with me. That's what I want. I hope you're happy sincerely, Wang Wei added. Thanks, she nodded, and he casually threw the weapon to Si Meihui before teleporting away. There was no hesitation or reluctance in his actions. Wang Wei wiped his hand clean of this karma. Wrath watched him leave, her gaze slightly dazed. What? Already regretting your choice? Si Meihui teased. Of course not, Wrath smiled. I just feel a little sad since he had such a great influence on my life for so long. That's normal, Si Meihui nodded. If what Wang Wei said was true, he kept his promise to her master, and went the extra mile, forging a deep bond with Wrath. Come, let's return home. Wang Wei teleported home, still feeling absurd by everything that had occurred. Time is advancing, and the people in his life are changing, some to the point of becoming unpredictable by even his brilliant mind. While he was heading to his room, Wang Wei sensed a presence and his lips twitched. Ancestor, don't you have anything better to do? I actually don't, Yanhai replied. Her time in limbo and the merit she received have allowed her to return to the peak of the Paragon realm, meaning she only needed a small retreat to regain her full strength. What brought you here? Wang Wei asked with a sigh. I want to know your progress with my future daughter-in-law. Come, tell me and be honest. Wang Wei was speechless. He did not want to believe in the stereotype that women like gossip by nature, but the current arguments were appealing. Well, what are you waiting for? Wang Wei sighed. Our relationship is closer, can even say we're companions. But I feel there is a small and thin layer between us. He did not say that because they haven't slept together, but because of a feeling after the recent interaction. It's probably because of Nu Liang, Yanhai said. She mentioned they had a short fling, but she never gave me too much information, Wang Wei said. Nu Liang was a handsome and charismatic man with a golden tongue. During the war, Brother Qiyuan tasked him to convince the battle spirit world to side with us, and Wu Hong was his protector. They grew close during that mission, and almost became a couple. So what happened? Wang Wei asked. It ended like all her other relationships. He grew envious of her strength and potential, so he tried to bring her down instead of rising to her level. Yanhai sneered. She had no interest in relationships, but she despised these types of people. I guess I should thank him, Wang Wei smiled. His fake connection with Wu Hong was never going to guarantee their relationship, so he was glad all these other guys blew it. You're nothing like those guys. On the contrary, you challenge her to be even better, so I believe you will succeed. Give her some time, and she'll overcome these insecurities. I will, Wang Wei nodded. Good. My ability to dangle my seniority over her will lie on you. Don't disappoint me. Yanhai nodded before preparing to leave. Wait, ancestor, I have to file a complaint against you, Wang Wei said as he remembered something. Yanhai looked at him strangely. Kid, what did I ever do to you that you didn't deserve? You lied to me about the Empyrean taboo battle realm, Wang Wei said, not hiding the dissatisfaction in his face. Oh, you're talking about that. I didn't lie, but used the sect protocol. The sect's protocol is to lie about such an important matter? Wang Wei countered. We usually leave hints for people with talents early on before guiding them to this path. My original intention was to slowly give you hints after you ascended, but who would have thought you would succeed in the lower dimension? Yanhai shrugged. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Who designed such a stupid system? Who are you calling stupid? Yanhai appeared next to him and hit him with a bamboo stick, which was extremely painful. Kid, what do you know about educating the next generation? Do you know that the immortal cultivation system is designed to limit creativity and ingenuity? When Brother Qiyuan and Brother Li were young, they discussed countless ways to improve the origin system. After a few million yuan epochs of cultivation, Brother Li lost most of his creativity, and Brother Qiyuan had to spend years barely getting his back. You were lucky to reach this level at an astonishing speed, but I bet even you have been influenced by the system. After realizing how the system was designed, you probably accepted it as a fact and never tried to find a way around, didn't you? Yanhai asked with a sneer, making Wang Wei's body paused. He was indeed too quick to accept there was no way for him to make his Empyrean real unique, which was unlike someone like him who likes to break the mold, who likes to rebel. By your reaction, I'm guessing I'm right. Yanhai chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery, which made Wang Wei embarrassed. We have long realized this, so we designed the stupid system to motivate our disciples to think creatively while also playing within the rules of Grand Dao system. Wang Wei coughed to hide his embarrassment. Ancestor, you know young people like me always have the mentality that we know better, so don't mind me. By the way, I noticed you've only achieved the Paragon Taboo Realm. Is there a particular reason? Trying to bring up my sore spot? Yanhai asked in annoyance. Not at all, I'm just curious. Kid, haven't you realized how lucky you are to be born in such a powerful sect? Yanhai sighed. The first time I heard about the Taboo Realm was when I was at the Great Emperor Realm, and it was a hint from the heaven-opening Paragon. However, our relationship was not so good back then, so we did not trust him. The first time I met someone in the Taboo Realm was during the Paragon Heavenwall battle, and that bastard almost killed me and Qiyuan. We would have died if not for our Paragon artifact and working together. After the battle, Qiyuan deduced that this person had entered the Taboo Realm, and wanted me to delay absorbing the Heavenwall to enter the Taboo Realm while he protected me. But news was released that I still had my Heaven Will. Brother Qiyuan tried his best, but he was just a new boundless Paragon, so many people attacked us. I had to use it. We could only enter the Paragon Battle Taboo Realm after our sect was established, and we had plenty of resources, time and opportunity. Wang Wei was silent. Sometimes he forgets the privilege afforded to him by his birth. He forgets all the sacrifices the ancestors made so that someone like him will have the benefits and advantages they did not. This conversation also made him realize how lucky and wonderful his future wife is for all she has accomplished. Thank you, ancestor, for everything you've done for me and the sect. Wang Wei bowed politely. It's weird seeing you so sincere. Regardless, I accept your bow, Yanhai said before disappearing, leaving a chuckle that echoed in the void. Wang Wei sighed before walking into his mansion. He did not call Xie Huan or Wang Qi. Now that he was alone, it was time to check Heavenly Dao's special reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1499 Heavenly Dao's Machination. As he closed his eyes, Wang Wei found himself in a white spirit with 3 items. A massive purple cloud, a golden scroll, and an orb with a small moving dragon. He looked at the cloud and smiled. As expected, his reward for this event was immense. There is enough for me to reach the peak of the Paragon realm in 500,000 yuan epoch, and cultivate a peak soul in an additional 100,000 yuan epoch, Wang Wei thought. Since he'll be using the best time acceleration array, he'll only have to spend 60,000 yuan epoch for his soul and cultivation to reach the peak. The only trouble is that rebuilding his body will also take some time. Wang Wei turned to look at the orb with the dragon, and immediately shook his head. No thank you, he refused. It was a pain to be the chosen one in the previous era, and he had no desire to do it again for the upcoming catastrophe. As soon as he refused, the spiritual space trembled, and someone else appeared. It was a woman with jet-black long hair, dressed in all white, with her robe leaving a trail behind her because of its length. She was extremely beautiful, almost to the point of appearing fake because of how perfect her features were. However, upon gazing at her, Wang Wei found himself incapable of thinking about her in any disrespectful or sexual manner. Her aura reminded him of the doting love of a mother, and the only thing he wanted was to rush into her embrace. The woman was the epitome of beauty, but her appearance had a major flaw. Her icy and indifferent eyes. Heavenly Tao, Wang Wei muttered. I didn't know you could take other physical forms than that eye. I figure this appearance might be more appropriate for negotiation. Heavenly Tao replied, her voice devoid of any emotions, almost mechanical. If you're here to convince me to bear the burden of the upcoming catastrophe, you're wasting your time, Wang Wei said. In my long years of existence, I've blessed many talents with grand destiny, but your family is the only one I choose 3 times, and each time, they've risen to the occasion, and even exceeded my expectations. The upcoming resetting and ascension of the world will be my most outstanding work, and I need someone reliable to ensure success. Name your price, and I will consider it as long as it's not too much. Wang Wei was slightly surprised, not expecting such forthcoming from Heavenly Tao. However, he will not change his decision because of such temptation. The catastrophe will involve too much, and if he's too involved, he'll easily reveal the fact that he's the one responsible for the all-heaven fate calamity. The catastrophe involves whether he can reach the level of half-step transcendent. Although he believes the catastrophe will help him, he can still walk away, and that will only delay the time needed to reach that realm. However, the all-heaven fate calamity involved his path of true transcendence, so he knew which was more important. What if I make you the Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Tao asked. You will legally be in charge of all the laws of heaven and earth, and blessed with immense power or authority. That is tempting, Wang Wei muttered, but he knew the pitfall of such a title. As a true Heavenly Emperor, he will have the legal right to rule and establish a court, but these overlords and other lineages would never accept his reign without absolute power. They would do everything to undermine him, and the amount of time Wang Wei will have to spend playing politics to slowly build the strength of his court is a nightmare just thinking about it. I don't want to like the Jade Emperor in all these prehistoric novels, with no one respecting the heavenly court. Plus, unlike him, I can't be running to Heavenly Tao for help like he runs to Hongjun, Wang Wei thought. My answer is still the same, Wang Wei replied. Anyway, don't you already have someone perfect for the job? Kong has been working hard and planning for this position since the trial. Since he wants the job, give it to him. Kong is talented and filled with immense potential. However, I need someone with experience, someone who has been tested for the upcoming catastrophe. Do you think Wang Chishan will accept this great task? Based on his former behavior, he looks like someone who is retiring, so I doubt he'll accept, Wang Wei said truthfully. True, Heavenly Tao sighed with her icy face. It was apparent she was in distress, but her expression remained monotone. That leaves Wang Gua. While cunning, he pales compared to you regarding strategic abilities or an overall grasp of the situation. What other prospects are there? Wu Hong has not been fond of me ever since what happened with the protective system. Duge Tianbai is too ambitious for his own good, and Ying Zheng is too close-minded and has too many secrets for my liking. Are you sure you don't want this great opportunity? Wang Wei smiled in response. Why was Heavenly Tao mentioning these names before him? Probably to stroke his ego while also eliciting sympathy, so he can change his mind. Sadly, this kind of tactic is useless for him. Once he made up his mind about something so crucial, the chances of changing his mind were slim to none. It seems you have made up your mind. How disappointing. Heavenly Tao did not wait for him to say another word before disappearing. The spirit realm collapsed and Wang Wei found himself in his room, surrounded by his merit cloud and the scroll. I thought she would act in anger and take away the special reward, Wang Wei thought as he slowly opened the scroll. The title immediately caught his attention. Merit Exchange List. Wang Wei furrowed his brow as a few thoughts flashed in his mind. But he controlled himself and continued reading. Mortal Realm, Great Emperor Realm, Empyrean Realm, Paragon Realm, and Wang Wei immediately chose the mortal realm with his divine sense, and the scroll changed, revealing an extensive list of rare resources with a price attached based on merit. He checked on the others, and it was the same. By Grand Daos balls, this world's heavenly Dao really knows how to plan a grand event. Wang Wei smiled. It did not matter whether the upcoming catastrophe was a direct invasion or a simple intervention of foreign powers. Heavenly Dao had already designated these people as karmically negative to the eternal ascension world, which allows the citizen to earn merit by killing or dealing with the threat. Then, the citizens can use that merit to exchange for rare resources to increase their strength, ensuring they survive the catastrophe. It's a brilliant move, especially since there will be transcendent tier resources, meaning that even someone like Methreya will have to do her best, Wang Wei thought. What is one of the fundamental aspects of the cultivation world? Benefit. Heavenly Dao knows this and uses this fact to the fullest. It really planned everything, Wang Wei sighed. From the 81 tribulations to raise the eternal ascension world's destiny, to the golden era that cultivated numerous talents, to the ultimate taboo that made the world the semi-destiny center of the chaos universe. And now, this catastrophe, which will start the transcendent era throughout the chaos universe and guarantee the eternal ascension world's status as the center of the universe. The Heaven Cardinal should give this heavenly Dao a raise, Wang Wei joked before focusing on the scroll. Now that he had early access to the scroll, he needed to take full advantage of it. He scrolled through the Paragon tier resources, and immediately complained that these things were too expensive. For example, there is something called the Paragon Heaven Will, which will guarantee someone to become a paragon, no matter how bad their talents are, with the limitation that it does not apply to people who wish to become boundless. Such an item was worth a quarter of all the merit Wang Wei had received. Wang Wei shook his head before buying two things. The first was an essence reconstruction pill, which would allow him to recondense his body in about 5,000 yuan epochs, which is only 500 yuan epochs with time acceleration. The second item he acquired was something he had never heard of, called the Grand Purification Talisman. Wang Wei planned to use it to remove the residual effects in his existence from using the abomination blood. Although he did his best to isolate the impact or influence from his soul, there were still residuals that he was worried about, and this talisman was the best in the Paragon realm. A portion of his cloud disappeared, and it pained Wang Wei slightly. He complained about heavenly Daos greed, and the price of these things before inviting the four ancestors and his future wife into his soul network for a meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1500 The Advantage of Early Access, and I changed my mind. His name is Dugabatian instead of Duga Tianbai. A handsome, muscular man with a burn mark on his chest slowly walked out of a blue pool. With a thought, a silk-black robe with golden dragons on the cuff manifested on his body, along with a silver-white hairpin that meticulously and neatly arranged his jet-black hair into a bun. A mirror manifested before the man, and he looked at his appearance with piercing, hawk eyes that could easily intimidate anyone. The man slowly stroked his goatee, which gave him an air of nobility and authority. After ensuring his appearance was perfect, Dugabatian slowly walked out of the revival room. Alliance leader, said an elderly man dressed in blue robes with a scar above his left eye. Ping Daitan, you did a great job in my absence, Dugabatian said with a smile as he patted his shoulder. I'm only keeping the rein for you, my lord. Ping Daitan bowed deeply. Although he was the alliance leader during the Two Suns 7 Moons era, he knew his position and never grew too ambitious or forgetful. In fact, he was chosen for that position because of his situational awareness. Dugabatian nodded. What have I missed? I want a detailed explanation. I have left everything in your throne room. Good, lead the way. Despite his words, Dugabatian walked in front while Ping Daitan followed. They soon reached a large red room with a black gold throne and numerous books and scrolls on the floor. It seems you haven't forgotten, Dugabatian said with a smile. When he was young and first started cultivating, Dugabatian entered the Dugu clan's library in search of a cultivation technique that suited him. He found an old communication jade talisman hidden in a corner, believing he had discovered a rare and ancient technique. Unfortunately, it was a prank by one of his uncles, and the talisman contained countless nude drawings and pictures. Ever since then, he preferred using books and scrolls instead of those damn talismans. How could I? Ping Daitan smiled. Duga Baitian sat on his throne and read all the scrolls individually. He took his time since the information presented to him involved everything that had happened since his disappearance. Ping Daitan waited quietly, and Duga Baitian took his time. By the end of this session, he held two things in his hand. The first was a picture of Wang Wei in his right hand. After reading everything, he had already decided this man could not stay alive. All signs showed this person would be a primal paragon, which is not a big deal after the ultimate taboo. A few people had fortunate encounters, and there should be a few more primals after a while. The issue is that this man was another brilliant mind like Qiyuan, and he might be even more dangerous. The Dao opening sect cannot have two such talents. There is also his connection to Wu Hong, Duga Baitian thought. He still hasn't completely given up on acquiring her. As long as he can reach the next realm before her, shall be his. However, Duga Baitian's primary concern now was a marriage alliance between the Dao opening sect and the Origin Seal continent. These two factions are already too close for his comfort, so Duga Baitian's last wish was an official marriage sealed through marriage. Duga Baitian put the picture away and looked at the scroll in his left hand. It was the list of the top 5 contributors in the battle against the Heaven Pre-March. He looked at the list again, focusing on the only name from the upper dimension, Wang Fushuan. Did I make a mistake back then? Duga Baitian thought. One of the turning points in his life was the First Origin War. A few million years after becoming the first primal paragon in the Golden Era, news of Yan Hai's ascension to the same realm as him soon spread. Then, before he could react, the Dao opening sect started an unprecedented war to switch the primary destiny of the world from the upper dimension to the lower dimension. Duga Baitian immediately opposed them, leading to a massive war. The First Origin War was the primary cause of the Grand Sect Alliance's creation. He gathered countless factions who wanted to oppose Qiyuan and his actions. However, near the war's end, Duga Baitian realized he might lose and made a selfish decision. He did not betray his side but retreated and pledged neutrality. His decision allowed him to recruit many factions from the lower dimension who were fed up with the war, those who also wanted neutrality, and those whom Qiyuan rejected for one reason or another. That single decision allowed him to preserve most of his strength and build the largest faction in the world. However, it also ruined any chances the people of the upper dimension had of winning. Although Duga Baitian knew he had made the correct choice, he sometimes wondered what could have been if he had waited and continued his previous course. There is no point in regretting now, he thought to himself before putting the scroll away. What is the situation with acquiring Blackheart? Wang Wei said he's willing to exchange him, but the price is to be negotiated. More importantly, the ambassador was too eager and might have revealed some information. Of course he did, Duga Baitian muttered as he leaned on his chair. If he knew in detail what kind of person Wang Wei was, he would have personally chosen the ambassador for the meeting. Duga Baitian tapped his finger on the armrest while thinking of his next move. A low-level member of the Heart Desire Palace is the perfect approach to study the item he discovered in the ultimate taboo. But he also did not want to reveal too much information. Right now, he should be recuperating from his injuries, and once that's done, he'll be using all the merit he received for his achievements. We won't see him publicly for a while, so let's wait before sending someone else. As you wish, Ping Daitan nodded. One more thing. We must cultivate more talent for the Alliance. Send words that we will enter war mode. Ping Daitan narrowed his eyes. War mode meant more free distribution of resources and increased training for all Alliance members. Sir, I don't mean to question your decision, but the other Vice Alliance members. Now that the ancestors had returned, the Vice Alliance position would be returned to the other 4 primals. Don't worry about it. They'll agree with me, Duga Baitian said confidently. In that case, I'll bring your order. Dao opening sect, Wang Wei Soul Network. Kid, don't you understand we are busy people? Yan Hai was the first to complain. He wouldn't call us here if it weren't important, Wu Hong said. So, already defending your man? So what if I am? All those years of friendship mean nothing in front of your man, huh? I knew you were a snake, Yanhai sneered. How about we let Wang Wei talk? Qi Yuan said after the others pretended to admire Wang Wei's technique in order not to intervene. Wu Hong and Yanhai looked at each other, sneered at each other before suddenly laughing. You know she's right. You better not waste our time, Wu Hong said, making Wang Wei speechless. He did not say much, but showed them the scroll. Do you understand the implication of this? Qi Yuan said as soon as he finished reading. I wouldn't be showing it to you if I didn't, Wang Wei replied. We must take full advantage of this early access, Li Ming said. How much merit do we have in reserve? Wang Chang asked. Let me check. Qi Yuan said as he connected to his ancestor token and checked the sex resources. We have enough to cultivate 3 peak paragons and 15 new paragons. That's a significant improvement, especially if you add the improvement from the taboo. Wang Chang nodded. We need to enter war mode to prepare for the catastrophe, and that should also raise our strength, Yanhai added. What about our allies? Maybe we can allow them to benefit from this early access, Li Ming suggested. But would that provoke heavenly Tao? Yanhai asked. Since it didn't prevent Wang Wei from sharing, then there should be no problem. Of course, to be safe, it's probably best to hide the scroll from the public for as long as possible, Qi Yuan commented. Fair. On another thought, do you think it would be best to save to buy something on the primal tier? She continued. You saw the exorbitant prices? Qi Yuan smiled wryly. It's best to wait for the catastrophe, as there will be plenty of opportunity to acquire more merit. It's really a scam, Yanhai complained, and the other agreed. Why are you so quiet? Wang Wei asked his future wife, and she sighed. I used most of my merit reserves to train people before the taboo, she revealed. So you're broke, he said, and she glared at him. And I'm guessing you're thinking of some unlawful way to get merit, Wang Wei smiled. Unlike you, I was not born with a golden spoon in my mouth, so I have to sometimes be creative when gathering resources, she replied without a hint of shame. All right, as your husband, I cannot allow you to do things that could ruin your reputation. You have a way? Wu Hong asked. You need to start thinking like a businessman in this type of situation. And business is all about supply and demand. What is it that you have that only you can provide and is extremely valuable? It's also recent and relevant to the upcoming catastrophe. You're talking about news about the gate, Wu Hong said with shining eyes. That's right. You can sell the news and only take merit. I suggest you don't set an exact price and charge based on the faction. That's not a bad idea, Wu Hong smiled. Excuse us, but what gate are you talking about? Qi Yuan asked. It's something. Don't tell him for free. Even if he's an ally, just sell it at a discount, Wang Wei said, making everyone speechless. Boy, have you already forgotten your origin? Yanhai asked with gritted teeth. Ancestor, you can't blame me for this. Look at my wife. She's living in abject poverty. She hasn't changed her hair, bought new perfume, rouge, or a new hanfu in countless yuan epochs. As her husband, it's my job to advocate for her business and ensure she has the prettiest clothes and best makeup. Everyone looked at him, unable to process the words coming out of his mouth. Then Wang Chang started laughing maniacally. I never thought you were such an interesting person. Eternity can be so dull, but I doubt that will be the case with your presence. I agree, Qi Yuan smiled. Don't encourage him, Yanhai said, and Li Ming just gently nodded. Wu Hong rolled her eyes before telling them about the gate. Wang Wei complained under his breath that she would make a terrible businessman without the mentality of profit above everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15:01 The Sacred Chief's Tribal Sacred Mountain. A dozen demons surrounded a few enchained people with their mouths sealed. Sacred blue flames floated around this gathering, with one golden flame standing above an elevated podium and 2 people sitting on chairs. They observed the boisterous discussions. It was not my fault, yelled a middle-aged man with fangs wrapped in chains. He was the only one allowed to speak among the captives. I couldn't resist the call of the mother. What about the other people who resisted Heavenly Dao's summon? Why can they resist and you couldn't? A demon with red eyes sneered. I don't know. These Primarchs have always been unreliable. We are not the temple, so I never liked that they were among us. That's not fair. Many of our fellow brothers choose that path since it's better than the immortal and Dao path. So what? We now have proof that if our sacred mountain ever has animosity toward Heavenly Dao, these people will not hesitate to betray us. Like I said, I couldn't control myself, the prisoner argued. That's even worse, as that means you're unreliable. The prisoner gritted his teeth before saying, Enough. The room immediately became quiet as everyone focused on the two sacred chiefs on their throne. What do you think? Sacred Chief Heavenly Ape asked. He was a man with dangerous eyes, white hair, 2 large ears for sharp teeth, and dressed loosely with only pants and a flowing robe that was not properly wrapped, showing his upper body full of tribal markings. To be exact, he had 43 scars/marks. Heavenly Ape's story was interesting. He was from a powerful demon clan called the Saint Battle Ape. The Primarch Origin Temple annihilated the branch of his clan, so Heavenly Ape pretended to be an ordinary animal and hid in the mortal world. During that time, he was turned into a gladiator, forced to fight and kill other humans and animals. Since that period of his life, Heavenly Ape had the habit of scaring or tattooing a mark on his body to represent worthy foes he had killed. And in his long journey of cultivation, including the defeat of the innate demon gods, the Golden Era, the 2 Origin Wars, and the Ultimate Taboo, only 43 individuals were worthy of being scarred on his body. I don't know, replied Sacred Chief Myriad Star Rabbit. She was a beautiful woman dressed in all white with star patterns on her cuffs and luscious pink hair. Her rise to one of the 2 primals of the demon race is even more legendary than her companions, because she was once a regular rabbit demonic beast. She had no special bloodline, but she slowly crawled to the pinnacle of the demon race, even creating the Myriad Star Rabbit clan. If we kill them, whether we like it or not, our strength will decrease. However, the recent event has revealed them to be unstable variables. The catastrophe is coming, and it seems Heavenly Dao has its hand on it. So do we preserve our strength or remove this uncontrollable variable? Sacred Chief Star Rabbit said. I ask you because I'm conflicted on the same issue, Heavenly Ape said. Then let's ask someone who can help us see another side. Star Rabbit said before looking at someone who was remaining quiet on the side. Fan Sui, what do you think? All eyes were on the Star Sage, but she remained calm and composed as she gathered her thoughts before speaking. Chiefs, this may be an opportunity. Oh. Their eyes lit up. Their sacred mountain has survived numerous trials and tribulations due to the sage's wisdom. In fact, the 2 wanted her to participate in the ultimate taboo with them, but Fan Sui felt something was wrong and insisted on staying back to look out for the mountain. The entire world saw the betrayal of the Primarchs. So, we can ruin their reputation and brand them as traitors. We may need to kill our own, but the temple has the largest group of Primarchs. If the pressure of being traitors is applied at a sufficient level, they will have no choice but to eliminate their members. If they refuse, we can start gathering support from other overlords to pressure them. The catastrophe is approaching, and no one wants such an unstable variable as them in their backdoor. After all, if Heavenly Dao can be corrupted once, it can happen a second time. Heavenly Ape's eyes immediately squinted. Your plan is intriguing, but there are also hidden problems. What if they bear the pressure and refuse to eliminate their Primarchs? We will have weakened our strength for no reason. Even if they resist, the pressure alone is enough to start internal fighting among them. Don't forget the temple's delicate situation between emperors and Primarchs, Star Sage Fan Sui replied calmly. True, Star Rabbit nodded. Ancient Heaven Primarchs created the Primarch Origin Temple. But over the years, the Emperor path has become mainstream, and the 2 current temple lords are paragons. Despite the Emperor path being the controllers of the temple, the Primarchs have plenty of power, which is why the temple is still named after them. A plan that kills many birds with one stone. I should expect nothing less from you. Heavenly Ape smiled, showing his 4 canine fangs. He glanced at Star Rabbit. Do you have anything to add? No, I'm fine with this plan. In that case, let's proceed, Heavenly Ape said. No, Sacred Chief, the prisoner yelled, but someone immediately sealed his mouth. We still have to return to our peak, so we'll leave the execution plan to you, Fan Sui, Star Rabbit said. I know you also need to heal, but such an important task can only be overseen by you. I understand. All right. Everybody except the sage and this young man can leave, Heavenly Ape ordered, and the other tribal chiefs slowly left. This tribunal judgment session can only be attended by paragons and chiefs, and most of these people had just revived and needed to return to their peak as well. So this is the talent you spoke of, Heavenly Ape said as he glanced at Aoshin. He is so young, too young. How lucky this generation was to have access to the mortalhood trial. Aoshin bowed to them. It appears he wants to walk the path of chaos through bloodline, Heavenly Ape analyzed. In that case, it may be best if he studies under you. Years ago, I failed that path, but maybe he can succeed, Star Rabbit smiled. As a young rabbit, she knew only an excellent bloodline would help her rise to the top. So she developed a method of absorbing bloodlines after an epiphany, while looking at the stars. However, at some point, she became greedy and wanted them all, almost killing her in the process. After so many years, her ambitions have long changed, but through Aoshin, she hopes to make up for past regrets. Where are the others? Heavenly Ape asked. Fan Sui sighed after hearing this question. Yi Dafu has been stricken with grief, and for some reason, he believes there is a way to revive his wife with her full potential through samsara. Are you saying he wanted to attack the 6 paths of samsara? Doesn't he know the Yama Kings don't play around? I tried telling him, but he refuses to listen. I had to lock him up, Fan Sui said. Our monkey race is innately brash and combative, but we can still be reasoned with, Heavenly Ape frowned. Did you tell him he can revive her after he becomes a peak paragon? I have, but he seemed to have developed an obsession with attacking the 6 paths of samsara, Fan Sui sighed. I'll try to get to him once I'm at my peak, Heavenly Ape said. What about the last one? You said her potential wasn't on par with the others, but she was still valuable, Star Rabbit asked. Her name is Jinguohua, and she's in retreat, Fan Sui explained. She realized she was not ready and chose to delay her immeasurable tribulations. She secluded herself to prepare as soon as the lock was broken. That's a wise move, Star Rabbit praised. Everyone knows how terrifying the immeasurable tribulation is, especially since it does not care about a person's talent. On the contrary, the more talented a cultivator is, the more careful they must be. Give her as much support as she needs, Star Rabbit said. I will. Fan Sui and Aoshin soon left, leaving the 2 sacred chiefs alone. Are you ready? Heavenly Ape asked. Of course, Star Rabbit smiled. The upcoming catastrophe was the perfect opportunity to accomplish their dream of eradicating the pre-March origin temple. Whether it's for personal reasons, to end this eternal battle that has been going on for too long, or for the destiny of the innate demon gods, this fight must end, and the demon race must be victorious. These 2 have been battling and waiting for a long time, and finally, they knew the opportunity to achieve their dreams was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1502 Soul Network Discussion. This is crucial information. Chiyuan muttered while crossing his arms and caressing his chin. Are you interested in a deal? What deal? We'll pay you to delay selling the news, Chiyuan said. We can't use merit, but we can use plenty of rare resources for the exchange. Delay? How long are we talking about? Wu Hong asked with a frown. How about 10,000 yuan epochs? That's at least 100,000 yuan epoch inside a time formation. Can you pay enough for me to delay for so long? She asked. Time was of the essence, and 10,000 true yuan epochs were enough to do many things with the merit Shell have acquired from selling other factions. We'll give you 10 million peak 3rd-rank Dao sources, 20 primal soul pills, 10 innate source pills, and 2 boundary-breaking pills, Chiyuan said. Wu Hong immediately made a rough calculation. The Dao sources were enough to set up a formation that granted a 25% cultivation boost for 5 paragons. One innate source pill granted another 75% boost, and had a slow effect on eliminating cultivation bottlenecks. The boundary pills could forcefully remove bottlenecks for people whose talents had reached their ends. 10,000 is too long. I can only do 1,000. Now I know you're not being sincere, Qiyuan said. At least 9,000. I cannot go higher than 1,500. All right, let me stop you too, Wang Wei said. Are you going to take her side? Qiyuan complained. No, I'm trying to save you money. Oh, do you want to analyze the gate ahead of time, and have more time than the others to prepare? Wang Wei asked. That's right, Qiyuan nodded. Then you're wasting your time. Mithriya could not detect the gate, and she only succeeded because of the Hong protective system. This means whoever designed the gate made sure that no information was leaked by even people of Mithriya's level. And if your idea is to stop the gate or delay it for an extended period, then I'm afraid it's useless. As you can deduce from the scroll, Heavenly Dao is counting on the catastrophe to fulfill its grand ambition. Wang Wei reminded. I didn't know about Mithriya, Qiyuan muttered. However, you are underestimating us a little. Brother Qiyuan can find the origin of all things, Yanhai said. With a little help, we can find the origin of the gate. And even if we fail, we can find some clues. It seems I've butted in when I didn't need to, Wang Wei said. Not at all. Qiyuan smiled before looking at Wu Hong. How about we agree on 5,000 yuan epoch? That's fine by me, she agreed since that number was her bottom line. I'll have someone send them to you immediately, Qiyuan said, and Wu Hong was fine with that since she trusted them. So is that it? I need to return to my retreat, Wang Wei asked. We still need to discuss which allies we can invite to use the scroll and how much to reveal, Li Ming said. I've become close with the barbarian race, so you can invite them. There is also Emperor Kong and the Enlightened Emperor Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the son of an era for the catastrophe. Maybe we can start building relationships with them, Wang Wei suggested. Not you. Li Ming asked. I refused. Wang Wei replied before telling them about his conversation with Heavenly Dao. Wu Hong immediately sneered and Qian shook his head. He would also not accept that burden. That may be a wise choice, Qiyuan uttered. I understand your choice, but being the chosen one would have given us a great advantage, Wang Chang sighed. It would also put us at the center of the catastrophe, Li Ming added. It's the kid's choice, and since he refuses, let's respect his decision, Yanhai added. That's right, Qiyuan said. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. And one more thing. The Sword Path League came for a visit before the Mortalhood trial, and wanted me to convince you to exchange the destiny of the ultimate sword path with them. Are they crazy or do they think I'm stupid? Yanhai immediately sneered. Wait, you never do anything without benefit. What did they promise you? They said they could help me find my parents, Wang Wei said truthfully, immediately making the atmosphere slightly depressing. Yanhai took a light breath. What do they want to exchange with? They said they will reveal the secret of why they could use the word path in their name, like the Skill Path Association. According to them, if you can comprehend this secret, your chances of entering the next realm will increase by a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 20%. I call bullshit, Wang Chang immediately said. Maybe not. We've never discovered why they could use the word path without any consequences, Li Ming added. There is also the fact that Sword Dao has dominated all other weapon Dao. It's always been weird to me, Qiyuan said. It's nothing weird. We are the best, so we dominate, Yanhai said. Wang Chang was about to say something, but Li Ming stopped him since he knew these two tend to argue over everything. Anyway, I've passed the message, so it's up to you now to decide, Wang Wei said. Why don't you help me decide? Yanhai said, looking straight at him. Tell me your opinion on which I should use. Wang Wei sighed. If you consider it on the surface level, their offer is worth the exchange. However, the ultimate sword path should be resurging across all source worlds with a well-developed sword Dao. You have the strength to defeat all the destined ones in these worlds and spread the ultimate sword path. However, in my opinion, the best approach is to have both. There is something in the scroll that can help negate contracts and oaths. You take it, use the League's opportunity, and break your words by taking the destiny back. Of course, if you choose this path, we must prepare for an all-out war with them. Cruel, but I like it, Yanhai grinned. Brother Chiyuan, what do you think? A reshuffle is coming, so the chances of a civil war are high. We don't fear a battle against the League, but must prepare for the Grand Sect Alliance's intervention. They will be occupied dealing with Kong and his academy, Wang Wei said. Oh. Wang Wei then explained the relationship between Lin Fan and Suya, and Kong's radical approach of attacking the Alliance's academy. Is he stupid? Even with destiny on his side, does he think he can compete against the Alliance? Wang Chang asked. Unless he's counting on us secretly helping him, and even keeping the Alliance at bay, Li Ming said. So he's got balls, using the subtle balance of the overlords to plan his rise, Wang Chang said with a grin. So do we help him? Yanhai asked. Depends on whether he's capable enough, Chiyuan said. If he shows potential, I don't see why not. Anyway, he'll be the Alliance's problem as long as he can use his destiny to grow. Then we can fight the League without any worries. Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? Whatever enemy we'll be facing in the catastrophe will probably require everyone working together, Wang Chang added. No, we should be prepared, Chiyuan said. If we are facing an invasion, the first waves of attacks will be a test to determine our level of strength. If the enemy is competent, the next wave will be infiltration and destabilization. The 13 of us have maintained a balance for a long time, but that also means we have amassed a great deal of animosity. With a little effort, it's easy to get us to fight each other. He's right. Whether it's the demon race and the innate demon gods, Hunger Continent and the Skill Path Association, us and the Grand Sect Alliance, Qin and Taoism, it's relatively easy to get us to fight each other, Wang Wei added. Not to mention you've offended the Divine Faith Haven and Qin, Wu Hong added, making everyone look at Wang Wei. It was all necessary, Wang Wei said. I can't wait to hear your explanation, Yanhai said. Hunger is the person with the highest probability of entering the next realm, but her origin seal continent has the weakest foundation. Her situation makes her the perfect target for destiny to choose to be tested in the catastrophe. I need to influence its choice and switch it to the Divine Faith Haven. I can respect wanting to protect your woman, but what about the Qin court? Wang Chang asked. I'm doing it to stopping Zheng's transcendent path, Wang Wei said before telling them about his deduction about Zheng's path. He even mentioned the situation with Hong Hua. You did the right thing, Qiyuan said seriously. Most people think Dugabatian is ambitious, but Zheng is as bad as he is. When we were fighting for the overlord positions, he once showed his fangs toward Buddhism and Taoism, wishing to incorporate them as the Qin court's national religion, and use their destiny for himself. The rapid rise of these two religions stopped his ambitions, and almost ruined his court, but I don't believe he ever stopped planning their assimilation. Can I ask you a question? Li Ming said. Me? All right, Wang Wei said. Is Zheng also from the prehistoric world like you? Do you have any relationship with him? His words immediately made the meeting tense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1503 The Guardian. How did you come up with the assumption we are related? Wang Wei asked. He knew the ancestors should know about his connection to the prehistoric world. After all, they were the ones who helped him hide it from people of higher cultivation. When we met you in the lower dimension, we observed your growth, Li Ming explained. And there were signs, for example, the name Zheng. Few people know this name, as most people addressed him by his title, or by his sovereign name, Qin Shi Huang. The world only knows the name Zheng because the world he first reincarnated in was revealed, and after that he did not bother hiding it. However, it was kept hidden even after the information reached the lower dimension. However, you knew his name before you had access to the sect's hidden library. And there is the way you were always on guard against him. No, it can even be said you had hidden animosity toward him, but the two of you have never met before. I see. Wang Wei nodded. His behavior toward Ying Zheng has always been odd, and it seems to have revealed a lot of information. If something you're not comfortable sharing, it's all right, Qi Yuan said. It's fine, Wang Wei waved his hand. I don't know him personally. He's more of a historical figure who existed more than 2,000 years before my first life. 2,000 years is a short. Wait, you were a mortal in your first life? Li Ming asked. That's right. Why are you surprised? We always assumed your first life was a powerful cultivator, and the reason for your excellence was because you were basically rebuilding. Qi Yuan added, and the others nodded in agreement. Weren't you the myriad devourer? How come you're saying you were immortal? Something is not adding up, Wang Chang suddenly asked. I was caught in an accident, probably a world collision. My soul entered primordial chaos, and I instinctively started swallowing up these purple orbs, probably world sources. That's how I became the myriad devourer. A mortal soul entering primordial chaos? Even if the world source could sustain you, the sight of seeing primordial chaos for the first time would have overwhelmed your mortal mind, Wang Chang commented. If you add the fear of death you were experiencing, the loneliness of traveling the infinite primordial chaos, no wonder you were born with Paragon-tier willpower. How did you retain your memories? The years spent as the myriad devourer should have taken over your mortal memories? Qi Yuan asked. I don't know myself, but I guess I was desperate. I think I may have accidentally created a technique to preserve my memories, and all the worlds I devoured were to fuel this technique. Wang Wei shrugged. You haven't retrieved your memory of the time? Yan Haya asked. Where would I have the time to do that? It hasn't been a Yuan epoch since I became a paragon, Wang Wei sighed. True. Let's get back to the topic, Li Ming said. If you never met Ying Zheng, what's with the animosity? Although there was no cultivation in my first life, the concept of reincarnating into another world and cultivating was prevalent in the form of literature and other forms of entertainment. There is even a prevalent genre with millions of stories about people from our world reincarnating into cultivation worlds, Wang Wei expressed. That doesn't appear to occur randomly, Qi Yuan observed. Is the information in these stories useful? They are. I've used many of them in this world. That would explain your unique ways of thinking, Qi Yuan said. Someone definitely plans for the world to be like that, Li Ming added. It's almost like they were preparing your people for the possibility. That's probably. Wang Wei stopped himself and reinforced his soul network. If there is someone behind it, it's probably Hong Jun. Why does that name sound familiar? Qi Yuan said as he caressed his temple. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, Yan Hao added. Me too, Wang Chang said, and Li Ming nodded. He's the prehistoric world's guardian. Everyone's gaze shifted to Wu Hong. Remember? During the war, we tried to contact and even forcefully enter the prehistoric world. And he showed up, introducing himself as Hong Jun, the world's guardian, Wu Hong continued. He conversed with us for a few minutes before waving his hand and teleporting us away. I remember now, but the entire encounter is blurry in my mind, Yan Hai said. Me too, the others nodded. Then they looked at each other with a somber atmosphere. Hanjun not only modified their memories but also influenced them not to think of the entire encounter for billions of Yuan epochs. How do you remember? Yan Hai suddenly asked. I just do, Wu Hong said calmly, and no one questioned her, especially after what happened recently with Mithriya. However, only Wu Hong knows that her perfection foundation has allowed her to remember numerous encounters with transcendent entities. Why don't you continue? Li Ming motioned toward Wang Wei. Oh right. Where was I? Information. Yes, the information from our world is so valuable that I instinctively was wary of Ying Zheng's presence. However, now that I think about it, he lived more than 2,000 years ago, so he never had access to that period's literature and other media. Your words have increased the validity of the trainings theory, Qi Yuan said. Ying Zheng was Hong Jun's first test. After he saw success or failure considering his first life, he started training the population through literature and entertainment. Then he picked the best to reincarnate. The world collision was most likely artificially created to make the reincarnations appear random. And you were probably an accident in the process. However, one thing I've learned in my long life is that there are no accidents. Qiyuan looked at Wang Wei in the eyes, but he waved his hand. Let's not get into this. Although he did not mind sharing about his life, some things were left for him and maybe his wife. So he would not mention things about his fate seed status. If you wish, Qiyuan shrugged. Everyone has secrets. As close as he was with his brother and sister, there were things he also kept from them for one reason or another. Can you tell us more about the prehistoric world? Li Ming asked. Based on your words, many of the things you've done were inspired by your experience there. You also mentioned there was no cultivation. Is the cultivation separate from the mortal world? You want to know about my life on Wang Wei didn't finish saying Earth before a terrifying conscience descended in their meetings, warning everybody present. It seems we've talked too much, Qiyuan said with a wry smile. So even we're not worthy of peeping into the secrets of the prehistoric world? Yan Hai said in an aggravated tone. Didn't we already know we are just bigger ants? Wang Chang shrugged. There will be a day, Li Ming said quietly. Wu Hong was the one with the least reaction. The memory from the other self has granted her plenty of memories and knowledge about Earth and the prehistoric world. So she didn't care, except for maybe the sudden and rude interruption. Well, this is my cue to leave, Wang Wei said. This conversation had gone longer than he anticipated. Ancestor, you're going to be free, right? I need a favor. What is it? Yan Hai asked begrudgingly. My retreat should take between 60,000 to 90,000 yuan epochs. I need you to train one member of the Ma clan to the peak of the Paragon realm. How talented are they? Yan Hai asked. Depending on these people's talents, this was more than doable. That's the issue. They have terrible talent. However, one of their ancestor was excellent, so if you could revive that part of their blood, it's possible. And I don't just want a peak Empyrean, but someone with potential to enter the Paragon realm. Of course you do, Yan Hai snorted. Bloodline purification and modification is slowly and research draining. In other words, a pain in my ass. So, Wang Wei asked. I'll do it, but why are you annoying me instead of your wife? She asked while looking at Wu Hong. He already dumped other responsibilities on me, Wu Hong immediately said. So this is a pattern? Yan Hai stared at Wang Wei. I just want to save time, Wang Wei explained. The Ma clan is the key to the largest soul energy reserves in the entire world. Once it gets it and takes what I need, there will still be enough for the sect to use and gain advantage in the upcoming catastrophe. The largest, you said? Wang Chang asked, not hiding his skepticism. Imagine secretly collecting soul power from mortals and cultivators since before the tribulation era. The others immediately took a deep breath after hearing his words. This world is so old, and mortals have always been as numerous as grass. To be able to gather from such a large pool of people for such an extended period, no wonder he boldly claimed it was the largest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1504 Spiritual Perfection. Where did you get such a thing? Yan Hai asked. It's complicated, and I may need your help later if the buyer refuses to pay. However, we first have to fulfill our side of the agreement, which is to train a paragon from the Ma clan, Wang Wei replied. I understand, but this task would have been best left to Brother Li and Wang Chang, Yan Hai sighed. Li Ming led the sect's training, including designing the trials, the sect's motto or spirit regarding training methods, the training manual for any elders in charge of disciples' cultivation, and so on. Meanwhile, Wang Chang was the one knowledgeable about the body and bloodline. We can leave a projection to help you, Li Ming said. You can take this opportunity to start spreading the human fiend god bloodline, Wang Chang added. Now I'm doing everybody's work? Yan Hai yelled, and Qiyuan just patted her on the shoulder. Is there anything else? Yan Hai asked, staring at Wang Wei. That's it. Well, no, forget it. It's not that important, Wang Wei said. Yan Hai snorted and talked with Wu Hong for a few seconds before leaving. The others said their goodbye, leaving the couple alone. Come see me when you leave your seclusion, Wu Hong said before kissing him on the cheek and disappearing. Wang Wei caressed his cheek for a few seconds before leaving the soul space with a grin on his face. Back at his manor, it took him a few seconds to remove that idiotic grin from his face and focus on his retreat. The first thing he did was activate all the arrays in his fate-transcending mountain, entering the best cultivation state. The time acceleration array on his mountain reached the peak of 10 times acceleration, and Wang Wei had an entire dimension of third-rank Dao sources to speed up his cultivation. And that's not mentioning the other arrays that helped cultivate the soul, reduced bottlenecks, boosted Grandmass worlds, and all other matters of assistance. Once everything was ready, Wang Wei started his retreat, beginning with purifying his soul and existence. With the talisman he bought from Heavenly Dao, he methodically removed all the hidden dangers in his existence through the talisman and assistance from his acupoint method that allowed him to slowly influence his blueprint. Once his very essence was clean, Wang Wei focused on the next crucial part, recondensing his flesh. With the pill and the endless energy the sect reserved for him, the process was smooth. He recreated his body exactly like it was before consuming the purple blood. Although Wang Wei could have added some minor beneficial modifications from what he learned when he was using the blood, he did not want to risk it, so he chose a perfect replica from before. It's good to have flesh and blood, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his veins. He stood up and did a few physical exercises. His cultivation room had the necessary arrays to ensure he could use his strength without annihilating the room, or the entire mountain. Wang Wei was satisfied after more than an hour of exercise, and he proceeded to his next task, cultivating his soul. After he was promoted to the Paragon realm, he removed the seal in his mind and accessed all his soul power during his time as the Myriad Devourer. His soul was on par with Paragon 8 Heaven, or 98%. Wang Wei had the resources ready for his soul to reach 99% as soon as possible. Unlike regular cultivators, he did not have to worry about his talent. His time as the Myriad Devoured ensured his talent for the soul was in the higher percentile, if not the extreme. This also means that bottlenecks only slowed him down instead of stopping him. After reaching 99%, Wang Wei took a pill that instantly increased his soul by 1%. He waited until now to take the pill since everyone can only take one in their lifetime. Wang Wei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his soul. His first sensation was how much his control over his body and other aspects had improved. This change made sense to Wang Wei since his soul cultivation technique was created from studying others to focus on control, with the speed of growth being secondary. Wang Wei's soul technique was to lay down the foundation to use his force control skill as his ultimate skill to become a primal. Once he succeeds, he'll instantly have numerous ultimate skills. After all, the force control skill granted him ultimate control over his body, soul, Dao, and energy. If this skill reaches the level of a primal ultimate skill, he can use his flesh, soul, Dao, and Qi to make ultimate attacks. The second sensation he felt was the imbalance. His cultivation and body were still in the fifth heaven, which was drastically different from his soul, which had reached its peak. Typically, such an imbalance would require him to take time to adapt, but his next focus was raising his realm, so it did not matter. Wang Wei took the time to adapt to his soul before continuing his retreat. His focus was not immediately on raising his realm, but elevating his golden body of merit. Heavenly Dao had long reinstated his second-level golden body after the lock, reversing the sacrifice he had made. Now Wang Wei was elevating it to the third rank. Wang Wei watched as the physical manifestation of the golden body released intense lights as its aura drastically increased. Then it reached a peak and stopped. It's indeed the peak of third rank and instead of fourth rank, Wang Wei thought. Although he knew this was the most likely result, he was still disappointed. He absorbed the golden body and felt the changes. Wang Wei was surprised. Besides all the advantages or boost to cultivation and protection, the third golden body granted him two useful abilities. The first one was one additional life. In other words, the golden body acted as a longevity resource at the third level. However, The one Wang Wei cared the most was the second, which was a protection ultimate skill. The skill is called Sage's Protection, and upon activation, a golden shield will appear around Wang Wei that can protect him from a primal paragon's ultimate skills for half an hour. The interesting part about this protection is even if his enemy has already found his time mark, Wang Wei will be immune from death in that 30 minutes. I should use this carefully, Wang Wei muttered. This protection has limits. The first use is free, but subsequent applications will require a great deal of merit to charge. The next step is to reach the peak of the Paragon realm, Wang Wei thought as he focused on his cultivation. He closed his eyes to access his grandma's world, linking his soul to all sentient beings to use their minds to help him comprehend the Grand Tao source. Wang Wei used the array in the sect that allowed him to increase the size of his world beyond the limit, thus create more sentient beings to help him cultivate. He then activated his Bodhi tree, the borrowed Taoist pear tree, his 3 paths, 3 selves art, and his merit to boost his understanding. For the first time in his life, Wang Wei felt the Grand Tao source was simple and even easy. He immediately lost track of time as the essence of fate became an open book to him. As expected, his cultivation increased like a rocket, stopping at 999%. Have I encountered a bottleneck? Wang Wei thought before taking a pill for the occasion. However, the pill did not help him reach perfection, but revealed the problem. Back in the divine body realm, Wang Wei had fused his goal or ambition into his soul and Tao. So, if he wanted to reach the peak of the Paragon realm, he needed some soul-searching and spiritual achievement to realign his pursuit in life with his cultivation. Luckily, I have the perfect thing for this occasion, Wang Wei thought before taking out the path refining stone. He had acquired this thing after raiding Blood Dragon's treasury. He put the stone on his forehead, which liquefied before fusing with him. Wang Wei's spirit immediately experienced an out-of-body experience. Wang Wei found himself in another world. He did not know whether his spirit had traveled there, whether it was another chaos world, or in the past or future, or whether this was a well-crafted illusion created by the stone. The truth did not matter more than the actual lesson the stone wanted him to learn. Wang Wei observed the world with his divine sense, even being a little brazen about the entire ordeal. He first frowned, followed by showing an unpleasant expression. How is that coward considered someone who pursues freedom? He was immediately annoyed that the main character of this trip was considered the same kind of person as he was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1505 Spiritual Practice 2. The world Wang Wei found himself was highly bureaucratic and hierarchical. His current location was the lower realm where mortal stage cultivators lived. After spreading his divine sense, he saw numerous cities and tribes, but no ruling dynasty or sect. The first thing that caught his attention was the control of colors. According to this world system, mortals were only allowed to wear gray colors. Their clothes can be rough linen or precious silk, but they can only be gray. Tier 1 to 3 cultivators can wear red, with a pin on their chest to indicate their tier. Once cultivators reach Tier 4, they can wear orange and move to higher cities with better spiritual energy or resources. At Tier 7, a cultivator can wear light yellow and move on to designated areas. The process of becoming a great emperor is like every other world. Using the heaven will battle. There are a total of 3,800 areas in every generation, and great emperors can wear golden clothes. However, they also must ascend to the second layer. Wang Wei ascended to the second layer and calmly observed. The second layer had a bit more freedom. Cultivators could create sects and dynasties, but the color hierarchy remained, with Empyreans allowed to wear blue. The second realm was more chaotic, with factions fighting and competing with each other, but the entire thing was absurd to Wang Wei, especially after seeing the rebellion. There is a group of cultivators trying to revolt against the system by causing more chaos and killing people everywhere. However, Wang Wei immediately did not take them seriously after everyone wore black clothes. A brief scan of their past revealed the reason. Their resistance started by breaking the color code, But this resistance soon realized that they would be wiped out if they did not wear the designated clothes. They can be the resistance and have few limitations in the system as long as they accept their roles by wearing black. Then, after everybody with a true will of defiance was eliminated, the current residence became the shell of its original idea, co-opted by the very system they were trying to overthrow. Wang Wei shook his head before moving to the third layer. This place was full of emperors and empyreans, but only 10 paragons, all dressed in purple. The royal clan comprised half these paragons, and the other 5 created the noble clans. However, all the paragons did not exceed the 4th heaven, except for the sovereign, who was a peak paragon. Wang Wei secretly entered a room where he saw the sovereign, an elderly man with pointy eyes and a lavish purple robe, kneeling before a floating white orb. "I need more souls," said a deep voice from the orb. "Your exalted eminence, it shall be done," said Sovereign Prime Color. The orb trembled slightly and Wang Wei felt a sight on himself. However, it only paused for a while before the orb disappeared. Prime Color slowly stood up and sent an order. A war of enormous proportions is about to sweep the 3rd and 2nd layers. After receiving confirmation, Prime Color had a creepy smile on his face. The Ling clan had sent him a few maids, and he was about to enjoy himself by indulging in some of his fantasies. Wang Wei wanted nothing but to slap this perverted old man in his face, but resisted the urge. "Aren't you ashamed? Who is there?" Prime Color yelled, releasing his aura. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Wang Wei, he felt a dread he had never felt in too long, and it almost shattered his mind. "Who are you? Answer my question," Wang Wei said. "Aren't you ashamed? Acting as less than a dog before others while proclaiming yourself a ruler? Why should I be ashamed? I stand above trillions of lives and only need to bow to one." Prime Color responded after reining in his emotions. Hopefully this powerful cultivator will only be here to talk, or the exalted eminence will come to save him. 1. Do you think your so-called exalted eminence doesn't have peers on par, if not more powerful, than him? What about higher entities like Grand Dao? Wang Wei sneered. "The outside world has nothing to do with me," Prime Color replied. "All I care about is in here, am free to do as I want, and I only need to provide souls to the exalted eminence." Wang Wei stared at him. "It irks me beyond the reach of the stars to hear the word free from your mouth. What should I do?" The emotionally intelligent choice would be to accept that everybody has their ways of pursuing freedom. But my freedom is to be able to control and impose my will on others. Prime Color took a step backward. "I can't do anything to you since I'm here due to the refining path stone. However, if this place is real and I know where it is, I promise I'll find you and slap you into oblivion," Wang Wei said before leaving. The stone reacted to his decision, and his surroundings changed. He found himself in a world that instinctively gave him a peaceful atmosphere, and his surroundings further proved that. He saw a peaceful world where mortals and cultivators lived in perfect harmony. Lower-level cultivators used their powers to summon the rain to help farmers, cast healing spells to cure diseases and injuries, teach knowledge, maintain portals for travel, and so on. More powerful cultivators control floods, earthquakes, and all other types of natural catastrophes. High-tier cultivators do not fight for power and resources, but are more like hermits who contemplate the nature of reality. They rarely show up in the world except to maybe publish their understanding, or warn of great catastrophes beyond the norms. Wang Wei teleported to one of those hermits. He looked at the middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes. "You know this is escapism, not true freedom, right?" The man slowly opened his eyes and looked up and down at Wang Wei. "And you know your path is tyranny, not true freedom. At least I know I'll be free, whether by achieving my goal or dying," Wang Wei countered. "But you live in this illusion world that you crafted, running away from all the problems in the real world. Your method is not that different from the previous coward I just met. What about other people? When you achieve your freedom, what about the people still suffering?" The hermit asked. "I can save them if I want. I've only met you today, but I can tell you're a selfish person. I doubt you would do such a thing," the hermit said calmly. "I want the power and choice to be able to save these people. You don't know me. I might save them, or I might ignore them." What matters is having the choice, Wang Wei replied. So you admit it? That it's all about power for you? Do you think power doesn't matter? Wang Wei asked with a sneer. Without power, can you build this perfect haven? Without power, can you defend it against others? Interestingly enough, power is the fundamental flaw of your ideal. If one day, you meet an unstoppable force that wishes to end this beautiful dream of yours, can you stop it? The world is full of what-ifs. What if something suddenly goes wrong with your cultivation tomorrow? What if you suddenly encounter two powerhouses fighting and you're caught in the middle? The world is full of what-ifs, of endless possibilities. I do not let these worries dictate how I live my life, the hermit answered calmly. Interesting way of living, but indulge me a little. What would you do if a catastrophe suddenly destroyed this perfect little world of yours? Wang Wei asked. I'll move on and start over again. Life must move on, right? Even if you had to repeat the process over and over. Yes. The recreated worlds, would they be an exact copy? Wang Wei asked. I did not create this place as remembrance for the people I once loved. I allow the world to evolve naturally, so even if I restarted, the people would be the same, the hermit said. No need to be so defensive, Wang Wei smiled. But there is an argument to be made about free will. You call my way tyrannical, but the same can be said about yours. These people have no free will, at least not completely. Their happiness and way of life are predicated on the rules you established for this world. So, isn't it hypocritical to call me a tyrant while you do the same? The hermit looked at him calmly. I've created a world with certain rules, and let people live within it, without interference. Do you really believe it's the same as someone who desires to impose their will on others? I do. The people never had the choice to determine the fundamental rules. Maybe they did not want to live in a peaceful world. Maybe they wanted to indulge their violent desires. You never gave them the choice. The hermit shook his head. Your response says more about how you see the world. Have you thought that your definition of freedom is too extreme? Extreme how? There are many things we cannot, or did not have the choice to make. We did not decide to be born, who our parents are, and how the world, speaking of the fundamental laws, and society operate. We just have to live with it. But we can decide. Isn't that the purpose of cultivation? Wang Wei rebutted. It gives us the choice. But what if you didn't have the talent for cultivation? Or worse, born in a mortal world with no spiritual energy? Could you practice your form of freedom? Probably not, Wang Wei admitted. Then, you must admit your freedom is extreme since it cannot be practiced without specific environments and conditions, the hermit said. I never thought of that, Wang Wei said as he pondered. His approach was impossible on Earth unless he had managed to found the cultivation world. I admit your point, but you must also admit that my path of freedom is the best and absolute. Best is subjective, but yes, it is an absolute path, the hermit admitted. The ability to bend reality to its whim, create and do things, and not be limited by the imagination, is the ultimate freedom. However, your way of trying to achieve that leaves something to be desired. I won't argue with that, Wang Wei nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1506 Spiritual Practice 3. The conversation with the hermit was eye-opening, revealing new aspects about himself. However, Wang Wei could feel his spiritual practice was not perfect yet, and he was not ready to reach the peak. The world around him changed, leading Wang Wei somewhere else. He immediately noticed this world had little to no spiritual energy, meaning this was a mortal world. Wang Wei quickly scanned the world and understood its gist. This small continent was ruled by two ethnicities, the Yi people of the north and the Yi people of the south. These two ethnicities have different customs, cultures, and ways of life, and for many small and inconsequential reasons, they hate each other with a passion. About 300 years ago, the Yi people gave birth to a ruthless but military genius of an emperor. The mad emperor started a conquest of the continent by killing all the Yi people. In 50 years, he killed more than 70% of the Yi people. Luckily, The Yi were resilient and survived. Meanwhile, the Mad Emperor succumbed to his age. Then, as soon as the madman died, the world's fate seemed to have switched to the Yi people. In just 20 years, they slowly reversed all of the Mad Emperor's achievements, and the Yi people not only reversed their plight of being genocide, but they also conquered the world. So, what did the Yi people do after ruling over this world? If it were up to their leader, Emperor Yi Ling, peace between the two people would have been established, healing all their past and history. Unfortunately, Emperor Yi Ling was betrayed by his brother, who secretly assassinated him, took the throne and blamed the Yi people. Emperor Ed was nothing like his brother, except for maybe their brilliant political mind. Ed used the death of his brother to enact the vilest revenge on the Yi people. He killed as many of them as possible before enslaving the rest. He then created a caste system, ensuring the Yi people were slaves for life. 300 years later, after countless failed revolutions, the Yi people are still in chains. Wang looked at the place he was teleported to. A group of Yi people had just finished their work on the mines, the fields, or other construction works. Everyone was tired and thin, wearing coarse clothes that smelled or were probably itchy. However, Wang saw something in their eyes: hope. These people were not spiritually defeated. He was intrigued and watched. Soon, more than 100 Yi people gathered and started a fire. People brought makeshift musical instruments, and everyone brought food they had starved themselves to preserve. Some even brought the alcohol they had secretly brewed. The Yi people shared their food with their neighbors and fellow companions before starting to sing and dance. The music was inspiring as it told tales of their ancestry and the time when they did not live in bondage. It told of a better future that awaited not them, but their descendants. The music gave them hope and filled them spiritually. For that single night, every Yi person reconnected to their culture and dreamt of a better tomorrow. Would I be able to accept a single day of freedom? Wang asked himself as he watched these people lose themselves in their music and dance. He did not take this question lightly and pondered deeply. Maybe if I die the next day, Wang answered himself. During world history, he once read about an American politician who said, "Give me liberty or give me death." Wang agreed with that statement. The Yi people's festival of hope ended, and the next day, they returned to their regular schedule. They won't have such an opportunity again until next year, and many of these people knew they would not survive to see the next festival. Wang watched as 3 of the Yi people slowly left this area and he followed them. As expected, they were part of the revolutionaries. After 300 years, they have not stopped fighting for their people's liberation. In fact, the Hope Festival existed because of a negotiation between the revolution and the Yi people about 90 years ago. The little festival might seem insignificant, but it came at the right time. The Yi people had lost hope, and the rate of suicide had increased drastically. However, the festival allowed them to reconnect with their culture, showing them they were more than slaves. It allowed them to look into the future. Their lives might be bleak, but many hold on just to live until the day of the festival. As Wang watched these revolutionaries plan their next attack, he realized how valuable freedom was. His greatest obstacle to his dream was the Grand Tao, which was so far removed from the current plight of the Yi people. However, he was lucky to be born with many life advantages. Lucky to be born in a world whose freedom was not completely restricted. Lucky that Grand Tao had no sentience and was not acting like a tyrant. I am indeed appreciative of my circumstances, but this is feeling like propaganda, Wang thought. His suspicious mind made him believe Grand Tao was manipulating this experience to increase Wang's favor toward him, even if it was by a small amount. He had no proof, and he might be wrong, but that's how he felt. Wang shook his head to remove these thoughts before focusing on the presence. He found one of the revolution leaders who appealed to him, and entered the latter's dream. They only talked and played chess in the dream, but when the leader woke up, he suddenly realized he was a strategy genius. So will you be the next Emperor Yiling or another Ed? Wang thought before the world around him changed. He was still in a mortal world, but things were peaceful and quiet even. For this experience, Wang found himself following the life of a young scholar about 22. The scholar had just passed the imperial exam and returned home to marry his childhood sweetheart. rejecting all the offers from the nobles in the capital in the process. The scholar had a smile on his face that Wang Wei would never forget, and that's because it followed him all his life. After the marriage, the scholar was assigned to his small village despite how well he did in the exam. The nobles did not appreciate his rejection, so they stuck him in a menial position in the countryside. However, the scholar did not mind and accepted the imperial order with a smile. 40 years and 3 children later, the scholar cared for the village. He never slacked on his job because the village was small or unimportant. He never slacked on his responsibility as a father and husband. The scholar was a model of an official, an exemplary family man, and an overall inspiring human being. The world seemed infected by his smile and good nature, and quickly rewarded him. Someone from the capital noticed his work, and in the next 20 years, the scholar slowly rose through the ranks until he became prime minister. The emperor loved and trusted him because he was loyal and from a civilian background instead of a noble clan. When the scholar was in his 60s, the emperor died, and the dynasty started falling apart as everyone competed for the throne. He held everything together for 15 years, preventing the dynasty from completely falling apart. He held on, smiling, when his son died while defending. He held on when his second son was assassinated, when his third daughter was implicated by her husband's family, and was killed. The scholar even held on when his wife died soon after their daughter's death, due to the immense grief. In his late 70s, the dynasty finally stabilized as a new ruler finally won the confrontation, and the first thing the emperor did after taking the throne was to fire the scholar. However, the latter only smiled and calmly accepted his fate. The old scholar returned to his village and continued caring for them until his 90s. On his dying bed, a line stood before his house as all the villagers came to send him off. Many people had already prepared shrines to worship him as a sage. The old man looked at everyone who came to see him off. He told them slowly that they didn't need to, but everyone insisted. So he smiled before the last light disappeared from his soul. Wang Wei appeared right before his death and asked, "Why smile? Why did you smile through all the pain, all the ups and downs?" The scholar was shocked, thinking the soul reaper had come to him. However, he then realized he was at death's door, so it made sense for them to come. He figured the question was a test before entering the afterlife. "It's because I was happy, I was content," the scholar replied. "So this is the kind of freedom that is achieved by being happy and content," Wang Wei muttered. "It makes sense. If I let my obsession with freedom rule my life, will I be happy once I achieve my dream? With the ungodly powers, I may be able to create everything that makes me happy, but that won't change anything. I must get my priorities straight. I have to be happy and content with myself first before I achieve my dream. And that involves loving myself and cherishing the people around me, like my beautiful wife, family, and sect." This realization completed Wang Wei's spiritual journey, but the effect of the stone was not finished yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1507 Spiritual Perfection Finale. Wang Wei's next experience was not a single world, but the journey of a single man that he called the Liberator. The experience started with Wang Wei battling a dragon in primordial chaos. The Liberator was dressed in all white, including his flowing hair. He had an infectious smile and playful nature as he fought, using his creation Tao and his wild imagination to the fullest. Wang Wei watched with speechlessness as the dragon caught the Liberator, wishing to crush him. But the latter turned into a giant to escape those dangerous claws. Then, the Liberator turned his tongue into an enormous rubber and caught the dragon, trying to drag him into his stomach. The dragon used its power to escape, making the Liberator angry, so he created the most enticing food for the dragon. The creature had to exercise immense restraint to prevent himself from eating that food, but the short distraction was enough for the Liberator to take a bite out of the dragon's tail. The angered dragon fired a powerful breath attack, but the Liberator created an enormous rice bowl that caught the attack and turned it into rice that he ate. The Liberator's aura drastically increased after consuming the rice, which was a sign that the bowl was a similar application of devouring Tao to swallow the enemy's attack to benefit the user. However, the strange usage baffled Wang Wei. The ultimate end of this battle was the dragon turning into sushi for the liberator's lunch. Then, the handsome young man clad in white continued his journey through primordial chaos. Wang Wei followed him and reached a new world in turmoil. An unknown accident disconnected this world from the source qi space, and with the reduction of spiritual energy or Dao qi, resources became rare. It also did not help that this world's source had been depleted due to the constant fighting, and heavenly Dao had to heal all the damage. After seeing the plight of this world, the liberator felt terrible for the people and decided to help. He first defeated and suppressed the world's top 5 most powerful factions, temporarily stopping the fighting. He then tried to reconnect the world to the source qi space but failed, so he tried a different approach. He created 269 trillion energy pillars for the world that converted the power of primordial chaos into spiritual energy and Dao qi. With energy available, people can cultivate normally, but the issue of resources was not completely resolved. So the liberator created 269 trillion resource pillars that can create resources for people. All they need is to inject their energy into the pillar, and based on the intensity and desire, the pillar will make the necessary resources. In other words, as long as the people have enough qi, which can be recovered with the addition of spiritual energy and Dao qi, they will have enough resources. Lastly, the liberator created a world guardian with similar strength to him to watch over the world and prevent people from forcefully taking over these pillars. Wang Wei calmly watched the latter nod in satisfaction at his work before leaving for another world. The rest of the journey was the same. The liberator would arrive in another world, help the people enjoy the food, and move on. He never asked anything in return, and always had a jovial atmosphere accompanying him. The embodiment of freedom, not only in his belief, but how he spread freedom to everyone else, Wang Wei thought. This man followed a concept of freedom similar to his own, hence his enormous power, and the use of the creation Tao. The main difference is that this man's freedom was more positive. Wang Wei could not even argue this form of freedom was idealistic since this man had the power to back up his actions and views. Now you make me feel bad, Wang Wei sighed. The liberator stopped eating and looked at him. You're the guy who has been following me? I thought you were mute on something. I don't want to talk to you. Why? The liberator asked, confused. You make me feel bad for not being a good person, Wang Wei said, making the liberator laugh. You don't seem like the kind of person who cares about being a kind person. I didn't, until I met you. You made me realize I could have turned out differently, and maybe chosen another path. No need to blame yourself. One thing I've learned is that our experience shapes us more than we realize. I don't know you, so maybe you had your reason for choosing your path. Plus, if you truly feel this way, there is still time to change. Thanks for the advice, Wang Wei said. He had long known and accepted who he was. Even on Earth, his morality was hanging by a thread called society or laws. But how did he get that way? Well, his great mind had allowed him to see the cracks in society. He always understood that laws, money, and many societal constraints were made-up things, and they relied on a certain trust system to exist or function. After figuring out these things and seeing the cruel nature of the business world, his morality and views of the world shifted. His father also taught him that laws were meant to be understood so he could exploit them for his advantage. Lastly, it did not help that he could not rely on religion for moral guidance. You look like an interesting guy. Do you want to chat while we enjoy this rainbow pork? You have to get your own though, since I won't be sharing, the liberator said. Thanks for the offer, but my time has run out, Wang Wei said before the world around him changed. This time around, Wang Wei found himself following a black-clothed youth with a naturally devilish aura surrounding him. He would eventually call this man the Amoral. The Amoral was traveling through primordial chaos when he noticed a chariot traveling to an unknown location. Curious, the Amoral peeped through the chariot and noticed a man accompanying a beautiful woman. So the bastard approached the man and asked him to hand over his wife. After refusing, the amoral used his destruction Tao to obliterate the man before having his way with the women. Afterward, he told her he did not enjoy her resistance and eliminated her. The amoral proceeded to a world where he suddenly heard of a recent heist by a famous thief. He had an idea and tracked the thief, killed him, and took her identity. For the next few years, he would enter the vaults of some of the most powerful factions to steal their things before leaving a haunting picture of his private part as his signature. After having his fun, the amoral proceeded to the next world. He found the world too peaceful, so he started a massive war that killed trillions of people. Once his bloodlust was fulfilled, the amoral left for another world, and Wang Wei was speechless by what he experienced. The world was a brand new source chaos world, which hadn't even given birth to its first paragon. The amoral took an artifact and planted it into the core. Wang Wei watched in shock as the entire world turned into a woman, who the amoral has his way with. However, he did not kill her, but forced her into his harem. Then, the bastard continued his path of chaos and mayhem, eliminating anyone who tried to get in his way. No wonder true devils get a bad name, Wang Wei thought speechlessly. However, this was an eye-opener. I always said my path of absolute freedom meant I'm also free from morality. But ultimately, there are certain things I disdain to do, and I only want to be able to do so. But this man truly does not have any personal restraint. He does as he pleases and as he wants. Wang Wei continued looking at this man's action. If the liberator's absolute freedom is the positive side, then this man is the negative aspect. As for me, I'm more of the neutral, to be precise, neutral evil. Wang Wei's conclusion was correct because the next person he saw embodied the true neutral of his absolute freedom path. He met a woman who cultivated heaven Tao, and she believes that freedom, whether for mortals or cultivators, can only be achieved by enriching the mind with knowledge. He called her the Keeper. The Keeper spent all her life gathering knowledge, secrets, and truths about the world and spreading them to everyone. She did not care who got her knowledge, or what they did with it. Her only criterion for spreading her knowledge was that people should have the desire to learn, and an open mind. Wang Wei opened his eyes in his cultivation room, and his cultivation naturally reached 100%, 10th heaven. We're finally at this step. Wang Wei exhaled deeply. He took a moment to adapt to his new power before continuing his retreat. He still had some time and wanted to utilize it. He had two things he could tackle. The first was to study the fiend god's bloodline to complete his 12th revolution, and the next was preparation to battle primals. Wang Wei knew it would take a little while before he could reach that level, but these types of people would be his enemy next. So he thought about it and was inspired by the soul ring method he used to return to the soul path. Wang Wei wanted to create a technique based on the soul rings to reduce the burden of using ultimate techniques, and maybe even allow him to use them repeatedly, almost as if he were a primal. My flesh is important since it will be my path of transcendence, but I need the bare minimum of primal strength to ensure I survive the upcoming catastrophe, Wang Wei thought. Having made his decision, he no longer hesitated and started to work. However, while he was halfway through the process, he suddenly heard a message in his mind. According to my estimation, you should not be doing something too important around this time, so come see me now. Wu Hong is already waiting. Maitreya. Wang Wei said in confusion, wondering what was so urgent. Regardless, he stopped everything he was doing and left the cultivation room. And, can you tell from this chapter that I like One Piece? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1508 The Three Steps. Wang Wei left the sect and teleported directly outside of Buddhism's domain. As soon as he arrived, a terrifying power teleported him to an unknown dimension where he saw his future wife sitting opposite Maitreya. Why do you look so pale? Wang Wei asked as he sat next to Wu Hong. Small injury, Maitreya said. Injury? From the gate? Yes. I was trying to seal the thing and buy us more time when a hand suddenly broke through and injured me. Her words immediately made the atmosphere tense. Maitreya is supposed to be the guardian of their world, but she was injured by an attack. Then why are we here? Wu Hong asked. If even you were defeated, there is nothing we can do. I call you here to prepare in advance, Maitreya said before summoning a crystal orb. The two were confused until they scanned the orb with their divine sense. Wang Wei immediately noticed the orb contained a world of runes, and the runes seemed to form a technique. Is this the method you used to achieve your realm? Wu Hong asked. That's right. You two are the people with the highest chances of entering my realm. More importantly, your morality meets my requirements, Maitreya explained, making Wang Wei speechless. He was just complaining about his lack of morality during his retreat, but someone told him they chose him because of his morality. Maitreya seemed to have guessed something from his expression, so she explained. When I say morality, I don't mean good and evil. I mean you two will not have an issue spreading this method to ensure more people work on it and benefit the world. In Maitreya's mind, Wang Wei had the perfect balance of open-mindedness and sect loyalty. He will choose the best for the sect, but he also understood the concept of sharing the cake to ensure that everyone is happy. So when necessary, he won't mind making this technique available to the public to facilitate the growth of the Eternal Ascension world, which will, in turn, benefit the Tao opening sect. Wu Hong would do the same for two reasons. Firstly, she has a passion for teaching and changing the fate of others. Maitreya is aware that she has the habit of leaving fortunate encounters all over the world, including leaving her legacy to find disciples. Secondly, Wu Hong is confident and arrogant enough that she will not care if people have access to this technique, since she knows no one will be able to surpass her. I'm glad you have such faith in us, but don't you have too much faith? Wang Wei said with a wry smile. However, Maitreya only replied with a gentle nod. You can comprehend it and I'll maintain the time array. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong, and she nodded. So, they closed their eyes and started. The technique was detailed. It even included Maitreya's experience. It was a transcendent technique, so it took a while for either of them to comprehend. But once they did, they understood why this method was flawed. They realized that 99% of people who received this technique would fail to cultivate it. The essence of the method was that Maitreya could send her soul across the infinite trichiliocosm and meet her variants. She would confront them before swallowing them. After repeating the process millions of times, she used her knowledge of the past, present, and future Buddha scroll to create a future self, with infinite possibilities of growth and evolution. The future self then fused with Maitreya's soul, allowing it to experience endless possibilities until it found the possibility in which her soul elevated to a higher self by embedding the concept of endless possibilities into her existence. After what felt like an instant, Wu Hong opened her eyes with a furrowed brow. The technique was too flawed, and it was evident that it would not have worked if not for Maitreya's drastic improvement. In fact, she could tell the original idea of this technique was to swallow enough paragon souls of the variants to forcefully open the gate of transcendence. No, Wang Wei commented with his eyes still closed. You already had the blueprint. Why didn't you follow it? The future self is a brilliant idea, but it's not enough. We need all three: past, present, and future self. The past represents eternity and unchangeability. The present represents change, growth, and self-determination. Lastly, the future is about endless possibilities. After condensing all three, you will have a soul imbued with numerous concepts before elevating to a higher form of existence: transcendence. That is brilliant, Maitreya said with shining eyes. This idea can allow her to reforge her foundation and make up for the flaw of her ascension. More importantly, such a method had universal applications. Anyone with a soul can use this path of transcendence if they succeed in creating it. Let's not waste time and finish this, Maitreya said, and the three started working together. However, it did not take long for Wang Wei to become useless. Compared to those two, he was too young and lacked too much knowledge and experience. So he served as the director of the project, ensuring his idea was executed according to how he envisioned it. Wu Hong lasted until the technique was 85%, and Maitreya had to finish the rest. A complete and perfect transcendent technique, Maitreya smiled after seeing the final result. More importantly, it's a universal technique applicable to a large group of people. She sighed at the wonders of the world. This technique was not possible only because of Wang Wei's idea, but due to Buddhism's foundation. The Past, Present, Future Buddha Scroll was a unique project from the religion to write a supreme sutra. The three brothers from the lower dimension started this project, but it was refined and completed in the upper dimension when Buddhism finally gave birth to triplets who achieved Buddhahood and became peak paragons. The scripture has helped Maitreya achieve her realm, so she has spent countless years studying and improving upon it during the previous era. Today, all the causes and effects behind that scripture have accumulated into this transcendent technique. Thank you, Maitreya said to them. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. He had just acquired a transcendent technique, so he should be the one thanking her. Wu Hong nodded in response, but she seemed distracted. What's on your mind? Wang Wei asked. This technique is perfectly suited for you too since you cultivate Time Dao or deeply understand it, but it's different for me. You want to add your own twist to it? Wang Wei asked and she nodded. That's not a bad idea, Wang Wei thought. He could add a bit more of his Fate Dao to make the technique ideally suited for him. Well, this meeting was extremely productive. I even found a direct path to true transcendence, Wang Wei said with a smile. Oh, Maitreya asked, slightly distracted as she was still thinking about the technique. The answer is in front of us, isn't it? What is the fundamental aspect of all cultivation systems? Essence, spirit, and qi, Wu Hong replied, having figured out where he was going with this. That's right, so the path of transcendence is obvious. First, the soul achieves transcendence, which is the realm you and supreme unity were. The next is for the flesh to achieve transcendence to balance things out. The third step is for the Tao to elevate itself, and finally, all three are fused into one, and I can detach myself from the chaos universe itself. As soon as he uttered these words, the three felt a slight tremor, not in the eternal ascension world, but throughout the chaos universe. Wang Wei and Wu Hong immediately tried to divine or calculate what had happened, but they could only get vague and useless answers, so they looked at Maitreya. She blessed them with their strength, and they understood what had happened. Grand Tao finally made the cultivation stage after the Paragon realm official. It is called the quintessence realm, and is divided into 3 steps: soul quintessence, flesh quintessence, and Tao quintessence. The soul and flesh were interchangeable as the first and second steps, but the third was not. The news was made public to all, half-step transcendent, who were actually mostly people in the first step of the quintessence realm, but it will soon reach paragons. 3 steps, 3 levels, Wang Wei thought. According to this division, Maitreya and everyone else from the ultimate taboo are first-step quintessence, and 99% of them are probably walking the soul path. The cardinals should be in the second step, with both their soul and body having already transcended. The only third steps I can think of are Ji Dingxian, the founder of the Heart Desire Palace and Ji Clan ancestor, and Grand Tao. Ji Dingxian definitely reached the third step, and was attempting to become a true transcendent, like the founder of the primeval body mansion, and that Genesis age creature. His last test was a confrontation against Grand Tao, and it appeared he lost and died. This also confirms that there is a difference in strength between each step, and it can be vast, Wang Wei thought. It's one thing to defeat someone and something entirely to kill them, especially at that level of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1509. The Siddhartha Path. While analyzing the implications of this reveal, he realized Grand Tao's actions were all showy and had no substance. While it revealed the name of the next realm, it did not release information on how to enter it. On the contrary, how the realm is named and phrased will have specific adverse effects. Wang Wei stopped receiving the information and looked at Wu Hong. Your 3,800 seals, are they? Probably an incomplete and limited Tao quintessence, Wu Hong nodded. The seals were her lifework and a summary of her talent and hard work, but she never knew exactly what they were until now. Even if it's incomplete, their existence will mean you'll have a scary battle prowess in the first and second steps, and your path to the third step will look 1,000 times easier, Wang Wei commented. And Wu Hong looked at him smugly, with something hidden deep in her eyes. Can't you give us lowly mortals a chance to breathe? Wang Wei sighed. Scared you'll be suppressed all your life. Keep dreaming. The day that I will dominate you and regain my manhood is fastly approaching. I can already taste it, Wang Wei sneered. You can keep dreaming. You'll see, Wang Wei countered. And you just gave me an idea. He activated his awakening to summon all 12 of his fate palaces before condensing them into his independent river of fate. One of your seals is fate, right? I wanted to seal all 3,800 Daos, so yes, Wu Hong nodded. Do you want to study it to create your version of an incomplete Dao quintessence? As always, you can read me like an open book, Wang Wei nodded. My foundation has allowed me to condense a prototype of a Dao quintessence, if you can call it that. His fate palaces were indeed a Dao quintessence, and they only appeared on people with extreme talents, a unique foundation, and whose Dao and ambition perfectly fit together. However, Wang Wei felt this thing was not worth its name since the advantage it gave him to reach higher realms was minuscule. Of course, minuscule was for someone like him with transcendent luck, pseudo and complete quintessence techniques, and a clear path ahead. That's a good idea. Do you want me to give it to you now? No, I'm not ready yet for that level. Wang Wei refused. He was still focusing on becoming a primal, so there was no point in thinking about things above that for now. Plus, my flesh quintessence technique is about to reach 30% completion after using what I learned today. I can exchange it with you then. Alright, Wu Hong nodded. A technique that was only a third completed will help immensely for her flesh quintessence realm. Oh, I can also give you a copy, Wang Wei said to Mithria. I will give my thanks in advance, she replied with a smile. It was quite enjoyable watching the seamless rapport between these two. No problem. By the way, how is Feng Heng and Wuji? You should have already revived them, right? They are doing well, preparing to enter the Paragon realm. Oh. Your sect has granted me early access to the scroll, and since I felt I owed them, I used my personal merit to buy all the resources they need to become Paragon as soon as possible, Mithria explained. That's good to hear. I've had this idea on how to achieve soul quintessence that may be perfectly suited for Feng Heng, Wang Wei said before telling her about his idea of a pure spiritual cultivation. You're talking about the Siddhartha path, Mithria said. And Wang Wei's eyes squinted at that name. Back on Earth, the founder of Buddhism was Siddhartha Gautama. The what path? It's a secret of Buddhism passed on only to the venerable abbot, Mithria explained, not caring that she was revealing such a vital secret. The first Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, showed up during the Essence Age and spread Buddhism and its path of spiritual practice, focusing on enlightening the mind instead of cultivation. However, this path is slow, even slower than cultivating the Grand Tao Source, which meant only people with great patience and intense focus could walk on it. But even then, no one has ever come close to Sir Gautama. After the Essence Age ended, the Buddhist sects saw how Grand Tao limited the body refining path, so they decided to keep Siddhartha's path a secret. Mithria shook her head. The path was already difficult, and now the number of people partaking in it has drastically decreased. You can imagine what happened next. It slowly faded into the shadows, Wang Wei replied. In the current era, less than 200 people know of its existence, and less than 5 are practicing it, Mithria sighed. I used to in my youth, but I've long lost my way, Mithria said truthfully. There is still a chance to return, Wang Wei added. There is no need. I have my own path, she denied. Her path was more of a balance of the two. She would not favor cultivation or spiritual practice, but used the advantage of both. Normally, such an attempt would be futile, but her previous spiritual enlightenment and the new soul quintessence have granted her this opportunity. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. You're right that Feng Heng's personality is suited for this path, Mithria said before she felt something. It did not help that Wang Wei and Wu Hong were staring at her in shock and worry. She wiped her nose and touched blood. It seems I pushed myself too much, Mithria said with a smile. The surroundings suddenly trembled, and the time bubble encasing the group dissipated. Wang Wei used his fingers to calculate how long had passed, and he took a deep breath. They spent 500 million yuan epochs to complete the technique, but only 500,000 years had passed on the outside. Even the weakest soul quintessence has such power, Wang Wei thought. The limit of time accelerated allowed was 10, but Maitreya easily broke those rules and reached an acceleration threshold of 1,000, albeit she had to push herself to do it. You should rest, Wu Hong said. I will. Maitreya nodded while looking her in the eyes. I know I've said this before, but I'm really sorry for what I did. I know you are, Wu Hong sighed. I just don't understand why you felt this was the best approach. You could have talked to me and Yanhai to find a better way. There is no excuse except that I was selfish. I couldn't resist the temptation of a higher realm, and place my well-being above everything, Maitreya admitted. A choice I've come to regret dearly. Maybe I was too harsh on you, Wu Hong said. Despite Maitreya's status as a nun, Wu Hong never treated her as an infallible Buddha with great moral virtue. It's one of the reasons they got along so well. She has always treated Maitreya as human, as someone capable of making mistakes. Do you want me to give you some space? Wang Wei asked. That would be great, Wu Hong said. But don't forget to come see me once you finish your sect affair. Of course. Wang Wei nodded before standing up and bowing to Maitreya. He cheekily sent an air kiss to Wu Hong before leaving in a happy mood. Wu Hong shook her head while a smile crept onto her mouth. You two are perfect for each other, Maitreya commented. Maybe we are, Wu Hong muttered. Let's not talk about him. How about we drink and eat like old times? Is hibiscus tea still your favorite? Oh yes, please. You have no idea how much I crave your tea. I've stolen it from my past self or other timelines, but somehow, the taste is never quite right. That's because it's not the same. I prepare the tea based on the mood and atmosphere, and they are perfectly designed for your taste and the moment. Wu Hong explained as she weaved runes to prepare the tea. So that's how it is. You've always been attentive, Maitreya smiled. What's on the menu today? Your second favorite meal. Earthroot cabbage from the White Heaven world. Boiled in purifying abyss water from the Howling Wolf world. And seasoned with my own pepper grown from positive emotion. The joyous sea cabbage soup, Maitreya said with shining eyes. She looked at the soup, which was shining with golden light, and could barely restrain herself. Every time I think I've escaped my earthly desires, your food appears to humble me. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to, Wu Hong said, almost rolling her eyes at her friend's exaggeration. She took a bite of her food, which contained meat. Like her future husband, she greatly enjoyed meat and rice. I never said that, Maitreya swiftly replied as she used her chopsticks to take a bite out of the cabbage. She closed her eyes as her tongue experienced flavors unlike anything she had felt before. One of the disadvantages of a powerful cultivator is how their sense of taste is potent beyond anything mortals could imagine. However, this disadvantage can turn into an advantage when met with the right chef and food. Your cooking subdow should have reached 100%, right? Maitreya asked. What do you think? Wu Hong said. When she was young, she spent most of her time on the run, and had to eat whatever was available. At one point, she wanted to eat something good, and since she couldn't enter any restaurant because the devil race was searching for her, she decided to learn to cook. Since that day, cooking has become her passion, allowing her to survive some of the darkest times in her younger years. So when the opportunity arrived, she learned cooking as a subdow and pushed it to the limit. I once tried to learn how to cook, but I didn't have the talent for it, Maitreya said. She could make a passable meal with her cultivation, but she knew her dishes were nothing compared to the people who were talented and passionate about this field. We all have our limitations, Wu Hong said, thinking about how a certain bastard said her talent for writing and creativity was mediocre. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15:10 Essence Gate Art. After returning to the sect, Wang Wei did not immediately contact the ancestors since they might still be in retreat. According to his calculation, 72,000 yuan epochs had passed, which may not have been enough for them to return to their peak. So he requested a meeting, and to his surprise, he received a reply almost immediately. Wang Wei flew to the Elder Council Mountain where he saw Yan Hai, and the other's projection was waiting. "Aren't you guys here a little too fast?" Wang Wei asked. "We had to leave our retreat after sensing the sudden change of heaven and earth," Qiyuan replied. "No one is here, so you can sit down anywhere." The arrangement of the room was simple but showed a clear hierarchy. For cushions stood in a slightly elevated position at the front of the room, while the rest were in large clumps in the lower section. However, Wang Wei also noticed there were 45 seats at the front of the clumps while the rest had more than 100. He remembered the information about the sect and realized the front seats were the peak paragons. If I remember correctly, the front row previously had 57. The casualty of the ultimate taboo is not as high as I thought, Wang Wei thought. Losing more than 10 peak paragons was a significant loss to any faction, but considering the scale of the event, this number was acceptable since other factions would lose more. Everyone sat in a circular pattern in the lower section, so Wang Wei sat next to Yan Hai. "I'm guessing whatever changes occurred have something to do with you," Yan Hai said. "Yes and no," Wang Wei admitted before telling them about Grand Dao's great reveal. "The transcendent era is already here," Qiyuan muttered. "The upcoming catastrophe was just to speed up things." "Why, what about us body refiners?" Wang Cheng asked. "Our soul is fused with our bodies and we don't have a Dao. Do we have to start cultivating power Dao?" "You may not have a soul, but you have a mind," Li Ming said. "You can also use your willpower for the soul quintessence. As for Dao, you may have to study the power Grand Dao source. Isn't the true power Dao realm the purest essence of the power Dao? You just need to understand the concept of power to a sufficient level for the Dao quintessence," Yan Hai chimed in. "You of all people have deep insight into body refining. I think I've officially seen everything in the chaos universe," Wang Cheng said, not hiding his shock. "Shut up, you jerk. Now that I'm refining my body, it won't be long before I can use my flesh body to suppress you," Yan Hai sneered. "You can try," Wang Cheng fired back. He would rather die than let this woman beat him in a competition of the flesh. "So what do you think?" Qiyuan asked, talking to Wang Wei. "About what?" "About pure body refiner's path in the quintessence realm." "The name of the realm is itself a trap on people's minds," Wang Wei sneered. "There is no need to follow the 3 steps. A pure body refiner can probably transcend their bodies 3 times to become a 3rd-step quintessence powerhouse. In fact, my theory is that's how things were in the Essence Age." "That would be simpler," Wang Cheng said. "However, each transition would have to be exponentially more potent than the previous one. And that's not mentioning the resources that each transition would require. If this is what the transcendent path was like in the Essence Age, I understand why Grand Dao limited it. How would that work with the gates?" Li Ming asked. "Would it require condensing a 5th and 6th gate?" "Why not?" Wang Wei replied before further elaborating. "The 4th gate requires the combination of the Gate of Ascension, Gate of Power, and Gate of Flesh. Maybe you need to create 3 new subsidiary gates from the 4th gate, and combine them into the 5th gate. No, it would require 6 subsidiary gates for the 5th, and 9 for the 6th. Then you combine the 4th, 5th, and 6th gates to create the 7th gate to achieve true transcendence." Wang Wei's eyes as this path had great potential. However, his body suddenly paused as he realized the implications. If the 7th gate is already on par with true transcendence, what about the 8th and 9th gates? Was that possible? Wang Wei was not the only one who understood numerology, so the others soon had the same thought as him. Then a chill ran down their spines. They had never considered whether there was a further path beyond transcendence, since they were all focused on that first. But now they had to think about it, and the implications scared them. "No need to think about things beyond our understanding," Qiyuan said, and everyone nodded. So besides Wang Wei, the others immediately put that thought on the back of their mind, with a spell to remind them when they are more powerful. Interesting. Could Hongming not be the end of cultivation? Or do the rules operate differently? But if there are rules, can I still have absolute freedom? Wang Wei did not know the answer to these questions, and he probably won't for a while. However, a seed had been implanted in his mind by this deduction. Your path is viable, Qiyuan commented. However, it won't be easy to create those subsidiary gates. Transcendence was never meant to be an easy path, Wang Chong said, not hiding his excitement. Now that he had a way forward, he could dedicate his time, effort, and talent to this goal. I can give you a copy of my fourth gate technique, but it's only 13% completed now, and it will take me a little while for it to reach 30%, Wang Wei suggested. This path might seem useless to him, but it's not. His current plan is to achieve soul quintessence before the flesh. However, after entering the second step, he can still use this path to create a fifth gate, drastically increasing his strength in the second step. In fact, this technique might be the key for Wang Wei to retain his dominance of strength in the quintessence realm, along with the flawed Dao quintess. I'll start with the 13% version, Wang Chong said with shining eyes. It seems his luck was on the rise. Wang Wei nodded and gave him a copy. You should be warned that you must also recondense your gate of ascension. Already in the process, Wang Chong revealed. During the Second Origin War, he encountered people from the primeval body mansion and learned of that gate's importance. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. Do you have any other ideas for the essence gate art? Wang Wei's lips twitched. This bastard hadn't even created a fourth gate yet, but he had already named the technique for creating the subsequent gates. Regardless, he thought about it for a moment. The core of the fourth gate is the gate of flesh. The gate of ascension symbolizes improvement and evolution, and the gate of power is the foundation of body refining. They combine to give the flesh the possibility to evolve to a higher state of existence. It grants them higher potential. The fourth gate can be called the gate of evolution or the gate of transformation. The subsequent gates must allow the body to evolve and increase its potential. When I met the people from the mansion, they organized the type of cultivation based on the approach, like Yin Qi path, giantification path, or world body path. Our clan will soon have a human fiend god bloodline, meaning we walk the bloodline path. Maybe the subsidiary gates are based on these paths. For example, the bloodline gate. And since you cultivated the ancient desolate body refining scripture, you can condense an artifact body fusion gate and a star body gate. A bright light emanated from Wang Chong's eyes. They said a man can die the next day after being enlightened, and he had never understood these words more than today. I'll take my leave, Wang Chong said before canceling his projection. Immediately afterward, the others felt someone accessing all of the sex chi luck to cultivate, but they did not stop him. I'm glad he found his path, Qiyuan smiled. What about you guys? Wang Wei asked. This soul quintessence technique is too biased toward time Dao, so we'll probably change it to suit me more, Yen Hao said, and Qiyuan nodded in agreement. My hunger said the same thing. Wang Wei said without a hint of shame on his face. It's the best approach, Qiyuan said. I don't know. Everyone looks at Li Ming. Is something wrong? I have this feeling this may not be the best suited path for me, Li Ming said. As a fighter, his soul and body were in top shape, albeit not the best. However, he felt the standard path might not fit his personality and ambitions. I may have a suggestion. Everyone looked at Wang Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15:11 Unique Skill Path. After the performance with Wang Chong, everyone had high expectations of what he was about to say. However, Wang Wei remained calm and asked a question first. Be honest with me. Throughout the Chaos Universe, how would you rank your fighting ability? If you're talking about pure fighting skill, then I can say with confidence I'm in the top 5, and top 3 if I'm being cocky, Li Ming said calmly. That's good. In that case, you can draw inspiration from Mithria's flaw method, Wang Wei said. You can visit all your variants and fight them to absorb their battle skills. Then you can slowly and methodically elevate your skill to the level of transcendence. That's an interesting plan, But isn't that a path of condensing a Tao quintessence? Li Ming asked. Yes, but your path will be walking backwards. You will condense the Tao quintessence and use its power to nourish your soul and body, Wang Wei explained. Yan Liling had long planned to walk a skill path, and this method was also applicable to her. But Grand Tao said yes, I can't be limited by its rules, Li Ming said. However, there must be a reason for placing the restriction that the soul quintessence can only be condensed on the third step. Or do you think it's just about control? Control plays a role, but I also think there is some logic to this decision, Wang Wei continued. What do you think the Tao quintessence is? Li Ming frowned deeply, thinking for a few seconds. Luckily, his big brother came to his rescue. An independent Grand Tao source or Grand Construct, Qi Yuan said. Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. It makes sense you would need a potent soul and body to contain or control a grand construct as powerful as the one in our universe. Li Ming's eyes shone with brilliant lights. As long as I can control the size of my battle grand construct, it won't be considered a true Tao quintessence, and can bypass Grand Tao's rules and not suffer any punishment. Then I will use its power to elevate my body and soul. Yes, but you should understand it won't be as simple as you stated, Wang Wei warned. Oh, I know, Li Ming nodded. Grand Tao was not a fool, so it would not allow such a loophole to be easily exploited. Can I see Mithraya's original flawed technique? Oh, no problem, Wang Wei said before condensing an orb and slowly entering the rune world. The recording process took him 3 hours since he had to do it by memorization instead of just copying an existing version. Thanks, Li Ming nodded. No problem, Wang Wei said before thinking of something. He hesitated briefly before asking. Where is the scroll? It's with me, Yan Hai said before summoning it. Wang Wei received it and bought an existence contract. He recorded the terms and handed them to Qi Yuan. Before I say anything else, please sign this contract. The information I'm about to share does not belong to me, hence the need for secrecy. We understand, Qi Yuan said with a smile. This conversation has proven that his decision was correct. Wang Wei was the future of the sect, and he would bring everyone along with him toward the path of transcendence. There is a saying that when a man is enlightened, even his chickens and dogs will become immortal, and that conversation was the best proof of that ancient wisdom. The contract was straightforward since it was about not revealing any information. So, the three signed it without hesitation. If you want to have a head start for your Tao quintessence, talk with Wu Hong and she'll allow you to study her seal. However, you must pay her something worth the exchange or owe her a great karma. Qi Yuan squinted his eyes as he put 2 and 2 together about his recent missing memory. No problem. Even if you didn't say, we wouldn't take her stuff for granted, Yan Hai added. Just making sure, Wang Wei said while sending a talisman to Wu Hong to warn her of what he did. I think that's everything for now, right? You're a peak paragon, meaning you have to participate in the Supreme Elder Ceremony, Li Ming reminded, making Wang Wei furrow his brow. I remember the ceremony can be a big deal, or not based on personal choice, right? Yes. The standard ceremony is to invite all the overlords and top factions. However, given the current situation, it may be best to keep it in the sect, Li Ming replied. Then let's keep it simple, Wang Wei said. Don't forget you're also the Wang clan patriarch, Qi Yuan added. According to the rules, you're a primal seed, so you can keep the position until you reach that level. However, given your potential, it may be in our best interest for you to keep the position until you've condensed your soul quintessence. That's true, Wang Wei nodded. The feedback the clan will receive should be astronomical if he remains the patriarch. What's Yan Liling and Li Jun's situation? Do you think they have transcendent potential? Yan Hai asked. It would be best if those two had such potential since they can give them the patriarch position for the same reason as Wang Wei. Their status was that of ancestor, meaning they could not retake the patriarch position as that would damage the sect's luck instead of improving it. After all, for an ancestor, to retake power would mean they are morally corrupt or the clan's situation has reached the point in which there are no viable heirs. All things that will negatively affect the clan's luck. Before I left, Yan Liling had already found a path similar to the skill path I mentioned, Wang Wei replied. As for Li Jun, I have a feeling his time as the Earth Emperor will be an immense opportunity for him. You haven't checked on them? When did I have the time? Wang Wei sighed. That's true. Yan Hai nodded. You better check on them as soon as possible, Qi Yuan warned. According to my calculation, Heavenly Tao will probably lock down the lower dimension again once the catastrophe begins. It should have learned from its mistake and know the significance of the lower dimension. Wang Wei nodded. He decided to check the situation of the lower dimension as soon as he got everything situated here. Did we miss anything? Wang Wei asked. I should tell you that Su Dandan has already left for the primeval body mansion, Qi Yuan said. So you agreed with my decision? Wang Wei asked. We indeed need a possible way out of this catastrophe, Qi Yuan nodded. However, you should understand that even the most surface karma with such an entity will never be simple. I know. That's why I left the ultimate decision to you guys. You know more and understand better than me of the risk, Wang Wei nodded. Based on the current system, the mansion should at least have one second-step quintessence powerhouse, Qi Yuan said with great severity. We must also assume their founder left a means to protect them from Grand Tao. So at the bare minimum, a third-step weapon, a ray, or guardian puppet. Why do you think they've never abused that power? Wang Wei asked. Do you think there is something, besides Grand Tao, that is balancing their power? Are you talking about the first transcendent? Li Ming asked. Yes. It's possible, Qi Yuan nodded. It's also possible that at their level, a chaos universe means nothing. Maybe even family affection is pointless. That would be sad, Wang Wei stated. If he became emotionless after achieving transcendence, it would not be worth it. You guys' thinking is too negative, Yan Hai added. I think the most likely cause is they took their loved ones with them, and the people remaining are just the branches far removed from their bloodline. That's possible, Wang Wei nodded. But if that's true, true transcendence bloodline is on another level. When one clan member reaches a higher level, family members with the same bloodline will receive nourishment or a blessing. This fact is one of the reasons that most clans can remain prosperous for eons. It is terrifying that the current rulers of the primeval body mansion are distant descendants of the second transcendent, but have still reached the level of the second step. There is no need to envy them, Qi Yuan said with a smile. Under your leadership, our sect will one day be a transcendent faction with numerous true transcendents. Okay, now you're talking nonsense, meaning it's my time to leave, Wang Wei said as he stood up. He would not readily accept this burden even if he had such ambitions. At least, not now. I have done what you asked, so come to my mountain to check on these people, Yan Hai suddenly said. Why do you people keep preventing me from meeting my future wife? He complained. However, he immediately fled to Yan Hai's heaven-slashing mountain after she stared at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15:12 The Ma Clan's Heaven Chosens. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in Heaven-slashing mountain, an assembly of sword wills and intents assaulted his spirit. He remained calm since he was not a swordsman and his spirit could take it, but the sight before him was oddly beautiful. The mountain was a sword grave or monument. From the bottom to the top, swords of different shapes and sizes were embedded in the ground. The mountain itself was made of a unique material that could nourish these swords to preserve their spirit, sword intent, or sword will. At the top of the mountain was a small mansion, and Wang Wei sensed 10 terrifying sword wills from inside. He sighed but couldn't shake his head. Beautiful, isn't it? Yan Hai said as she appeared next to him. I'm guessing these swords are from people you've defeated? Wang Wei asked. Of course. The higher the sword location, the more memorable the swordsman was, Yan Hai said with pride. Only 10 of them are allowed inside my cultivation room. Wang Wei looked at all the millions of swords in this mountain and sighed. No wonder the other swordsmen hate and respect you. A swordsman's sword is a part of themselves. Some even loved it more than their wives. However, Yan Hai would strip that love from them as a form of humiliation after defeating or killing them for her sword monument. It's an honor for them to have their swords here, Yan Hai said calmly. This thing started as a way to use other people's sword intent to sharpen hers, but eventually, it also turned into collecting swords from competent swordsmen. You should have branded it like that, Wang Wei added. Make the mountain public for others, and make it look like an honor to be remembered by you. Had you done this, your reputation in the Sword Dao world would have been better. Brother Qi once said the same thing. There are quotas every generation for swordsmen to visit this place. And despite how they talk behind my back, most of them know a sign of a mighty swordsman is if their swords are here. Oh, Wang Wei asked. Anyone who wishes to test themselves can summon my projection at any cultivation stage in this place to test whether they are worthy. Of course, these cunning bastards will cultivate a second sword to leave here, Yan Hai revealed. Don't tell me you've never been defeated? I have, but it's usually during the lower realm, Yan Hai admitted. Do the winners get a prize or something? Yes, they get to take a sword back or receive direct instruction from me, Yan Hai explained. Many people who know they cannot get their swords from me cultivate the younger generation to try. That makes sense. Wang Wei nodded before looking at this sword monument with a daze. What's wrong? I was just thinking that my father would love this place. Yan Hai patted his shoulder. His soul flame is burning bright, meaning he's alive, and that's all that matters. We will find him. I know, Wang Wei nodded, taking a moment to control himself. They slowly flew toward the mountain's top. How are things going with the Sword League path? I've started the negotiation, but I'm delaying things until the catastrophe. They should be more desperate by then and willing to pay a higher price. So you've decided to cheat them? It's the best approach, isn't it? Yan Hai smiled. True. Have you started planning for the other sword paths? I have activated our previous dormant agents, and they've revealed the ultimate sword path has appeared in 5 other chaos worlds. Only 5? After so many years of dormancy, our exterior shadow agency has been damaged, and that's all the information we can gather for now, Yan Hai explained. Should we be doing something about this? Shadow Ruler will be taking care of it, but as you know, many eyes are on us now, so it's dangerous for him to travel through primordial chaos at this time. Wang Wei nodded. Under normal circumstances, Shadow Ruler's skill was enough to evade even primals, but his ability would be useless before any first-step quintessence tried to catch him. He should send Carmelis clones and wait until the last section of the Heaven Scroll is open, and we buy him something for protection. That's what Brother Qi suggested. I've also sent a new proxy avatar to protect his clone, but I doubt that would be of much help, Yan Hai replied. They had arrived at the mountain, and Wang Wei looked around. The mansion was simple, with 1 layer and 4 rooms. One was for guests, the other for her cultivation. It was also the place she kept the top 10 swords. The third room contained a sword collection, but this one appeared to be the one refined by Yan Hai and nourished by her sword will. Wang Wei reckoned these swords were rewards for the sect's disciples. The last room was a dimension of its own with numerous bamboos, probably from other chaos worlds since Wang Wei couldn't recognize many of them. The bamboos were beautiful and of different varieties, and based on a preliminary observation, they were well taken care of. Ancestor, I didn't know you love bamboo this much, Wang Wei commented. What exactly do you think of me? Wang Wei's body paused. For my safety, it's best I don't answer that question. Yan Hai stared at him, making Wang Wei embarrassed. I'm not just a swordsman or your ancestor. I have my own life and hobbies. She has been cultivating bamboo gardens since she was young under Gao Zhu's care. One of the reasons she regretted turning her into Sword One and leaving her in the lower dimension, because the experience was never the same without her. Sorry about that. Yan Hai didn't care. Most people think she's one-dimensional anyway. She led him to the guest room but did not offer tea, which made Wang Wei think the ancestor was a little petty. After all, he had apologized. Yan Hai waved her hand to summon 2 people. A man and a woman. Them. Yes. Of all the Ma clan, they are the most talented, Yan Hai nodded. Wang Wei observed them. They had dreamy eyes, which is usually a sign of people with high spirituality, dream, or illusion talents. They resembled each other and wore blue, except Ma Honghua had a red flower on her hanfu, and Ma Wen had a butterfly on his robe. Their body language indicated they were closed and strict competitors. Duyi Realm, 9-Leaf Foundation, Emperor Taboo Battle Realm, Peak Empyrean Cultivation, and a Paragon Soul. Wang Wei muttered. You went above and beyond. Thank you, Ancestor. You should thank me, Yan Hai said with slightly gritted teeth. These Ma clan people used to be protected by the memorialized luck of creating the Void Illusion Realm. Yet they were reduced to such a terrible state. Do you know how many terrible decisions they made to reach that level? Decisions I had to deal with when purifying their bloodline. Ma Wen and Ma Honghua blushed in shame for their ancestors' actions, while Wang Wei was ashamed for letting her do all the work. I didn't expect it would be this challenging. Yan Hai caressed her temple. I really hope our descendants won't be so stupid if something happens to us. The entire process stressed her out as she thought this may be the fact of the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei wanted to reassure her, but couldn't find the words. If all of them were gone, the Tao opening sect might face the same situation. Despite the sect's rules and spirit, nothing can resist the erosion of time. So, without guidance and protection, it's highly likely their fate would eventually be the same as the Ma clan. We just have to ensure nothing happens to us, Wang Wei said before focusing on the two heaven chosens. He pondered briefly before pointing at Ma Wen. I choose you. Ma Honghua's body tensed, and she secretly clenched her fists. However, she immediately controlled herself and cupped her hands together. Congratulations, Brother Wen. Thank you, Sister Honghua. I promise you to lead our clan to glory, and even find the resources for your paragon tribulations. Ma Wen replied with a salute, but his eyes did not hide his contentment and mockery. Wang Wei looked at them with an odd look. Ma Wen did not know being chosen was a death sentence. He chose him not because he was better, but because he thought it would be funny for Ma Liqiu to revive herself in a man's body. He handed Ma Wen one of the Mortalhood Trials tokens. Take a few years to calm your mind and reach your peak state before activating the token. I will, Ma Wen said, having calmed down from the previous excited state. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement before looking at Ma Honghua. While he's away, you're in charge of the Ma clan. As you wish, Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15-13 The State of the World. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei dismissed the Ma clan people, had a brief chat with Yan Hai before returning to his mountain. Matriarch Xie Huan was already waiting for him. Where is Wang Qi? He's preparing for his immortal king tribulation, she replied. So he finally listened to me and took his cultivation seriously? Wang Wei muttered. Follow me. He headed to his fishing pond and summoned the fate rod to test his luck. Wu Hong should still be reuniting with Mithria, meaning he had some time. What do you need to report? The first thing is about the flame blacksmith, Xie Huan said. His memory was perfectly erased, and before he returned to the association he left a note. Wang Wei took the note. It was mainly about thanking him for everything he's done for him. The flame blacksmith also suggests their alliance continued and be expanded to their respective faction. I wonder if you would feel this way if you knew the thing was in my hands. He put the note away before asking. What happened with copying the tablet? I don't know. But Sir Wang Bo said to see him once you were out. Oh, go see him in a while, Wang Wei nodded. Continue. 3 main events occurred during your retreat. The first one is about the increasing confrontation between the demons and innate demon gods. The sacred mountain publicly slaughtered all the heaven primarchs before accusing the temple of hiding traitors. Then they launched a campaign to turn the world against the temple. Interesting. Did the temple kill their primarchs or fall into civil strife? Wang Wei asked. He caught some rubbish material for Saint Tier Cultivator, so he tried again. Internal strife, Xie Huan replied. They refused to kill their heaven primax, leading to infighting. How bad is it? About 3,000 yuan epochs ago, there was a full-scale battle between two paragons and heaven primarchs in the temple, and someone had to stop them forcefully. And you're sure this was not a show to deceive the public? Wang Wei asked. Our information indicated a 95% chance of this fight being real. What is the public's response to this campaign? Wang Wei asked. The loose cultivators are in an uproar, but it's more because they see this as a chance for chaos and plunder. Many have even attacked the resource centers of the temple. The Limitless Exchange Hall has publicly denounced the actions of these people. The other overlords. That's where the second major event comes into play, Xiahuan replied. The tribal sacred mountains have called for a grand assembly, calling for all the overlords to discuss the possibility of the temple being a liability. Wang Wei squinted. The grand assembly was a meeting of all the overlords and lineages with a primal paragon. It can only happen when 7 out of the 13 overlords agree. How many have agreed so far? 5, Xiahuan replied. Every few years, someone publicly announced their willingness to discuss this issue. So they are trying to put pressure on the temple to deal with this matter internally, Wang Wei analyzed. Have we said anything yet? Not yet, but the demon race came and talked with Ancestor Yan Hai. However, I don't know what the final decision was. Wang Wei took out his primal seed token and accessed the Elder Council Communication Hall to check Yan Hai's decision on the matter. As expected, Wang Wei was right. The consensus is that it would be best for the temple to deal with this internally, but if necessary, a grand assembly will be held to discuss whether to intervene. Things are not so simple, Wang Wei muttered. The assembly has the power to intervene in a faction's affairs, but only if the faction's affairs are a security threat to everyone else, and the majority decides to enforce the ruling. The temple knows this, and the existence of the primarchs can be argued to be a threat with the upcoming catastrophe. So, why haven't they solved the problem yet? The temple could have easily alleviated the situation by temporarily sealing the heaven primarchs. It is indeed odd. Their temple lords are primal paragons, so why haven't they forcefully suppressed the situation? Xiahuan nodded. Unless they can't, at least without paying a price, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. How is that possible? Their faction is called the Pre-March Origin Temple, but Emperor Path cultivators control 90% of its power. So, why not change it to the Innate Demon God Temple? Isn't it because of luck? Xiahuan asked. The Heaven Primarch's luck is ancient and has existed since the world began. I figured since it originated from the time when they ruled above the Emperor Path, it was more beneficial to them to keep it. You would think so, but how much of that luck remains after so long? After their defeat in the innate acquired war? Wang Wei asked. In the current era, it's more beneficial for them to change their name and refine a secondary luck artifact to continue benefiting from the remaining luck of the Primarchs. You may be right, but the only logical reason the Temple Lords haven't changed the name would be because it would be detrimental to them. Does that mean the Primarchs have something capable of hurting a primal? No, that doesn't make sense. The demon race has had an overwhelming advantage after they created the Bloodline Slaughter Talisman. If the temple had such a thing, they would have used it long ago. The demon race did not have 2 primals but 2.5. The Bloodline Slaughter trial allowed a peak paragon the true strength of a primal, with the restriction that it could not leave the primary domain of the tribal sacred mountain. The talisman has allowed the sacred chiefs to attack the temple without worrying about someone infiltrating their bases. Wang Wei knew Xiahuan was right. If the temple had any effective, true primal strength and reserves, they would have used it already. He looked in the distance, and his eyes turned completely gray as he channeled the power of fate. It's a curse, Wang Wei revealed. Every innate demon god must swear an oath before they absorb the heaven will. The backlash for breaking this oath is a curse of resentment woven through their existence and through the temple's luck. These Primarchs were not stupid. They knew the Emperor Path was the future, and they would eventually rule their temple. So they made preparations to protect their lineage. Xiahuan looked at him. Such secrets cannot be calculated, and even if someone were successful, the backlash for such divination would kill them. However, her lord did it so casually, and he showed no signs of being affected, as expected of a Fate Dao cultivator. A curse? Xiahuan said. How terrifying must it be for even primals to have no solution? It's indeed brilliant. As long as the oath is broken, the temple's entire chi luck will be instantly destroyed, and the backlash is enough to kill 70% of all their cultivators. Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the greater the backlash. However, it's not foolproof. The assembly? Xiahuan asked. That's right. The demon's move was brilliant, but it also provided an opportunity for these primals. If the overlords can deem the Primarch a threat and decide to eradicate them, they only need to show slight resistance to fulfill their oath and acquire their freedom. That would explain their inaction. Xiahuan nodded. But isn't this plan risky? They have a large population of Primarchs, and their death will weaken them. Maybe in their eyes, the Primarchs have always been a liability to the temple, a sickness to their control or the temple's prosperity. And it's best to cut off the cancerous part for the body to heal. Maybe you're right, but it seems too risky to me, Xiahuan said. That's because your thinking is too narrow, Wang Wei uttered. A catastrophe where no one is safe. The last thing any faction wants or needs is liabilities or hindrances. While this move will weaken the temple against their enemy, the demons, it also has its upside. As long as they can buy enough until the catastrophe begins, the demon will not have the opportunity to take advantage of their plight. But no one knows when the catastrophe is coming. What if they make an error, and the demons do take advantage of their situation? No plan is guaranteed success, and you seem to be operating under the notion that they must wait for the catastrophe to arrive. You mean they would forcefully bring it out? Xiahuan asked in surprise. Yes, if they are desperate, it's possible. But wouldn't that make them traitors? Only if they are caught. Better yet, they only need to sacrifice someone to wash their hands of everything. Wang Wei sneered. There is also the fact that Heavenly Dao wants this catastrophe, meaning it could use the innate demon god's hands to do its dirty job. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15-14 Confirmation. And, Supreme God Tian has been changed to Supreme God Shin Tian. Let's see how things proceed with the assembly, Wang Wei said. However, if things proceed as I said, you need to keep an eye on any paragon from the temple that suddenly leaves, or is kicked out for any reason. I understand, Xiahuan nodded. So what's the third major event? It's about Emperor Kong. Oh, Wang Wei said, suddenly more intrigue. Not long after your retreat, a small-scale battle occurred between the Emperor Enlightening Academy and the Grand Sect Alliance, Xiahuan revealed. Did Suya ascend? Wang Wei immediately asked. As wise as ever, Xiahuan praised. Lin Fan tracked her as soon as she ascended. Unfortunately for him, the people from the Yin Moon Palace were also anticipating her arrival. They met and fought. The person from the palace was a paragon, but he hadn't returned to her peak, so Lin Fan killed her. However, she bought enough time for Suya to return to the alliance, albeit with only her soul. Wang Wei smiled strangely after hearing this. How did the alliance respond to this attack? They sent 5 peak paragon puppets, and with a brilliant array, Paragon Kong and his people were able to hold on and push the enemy, Xiahuan revealed. 5. In some ways, they still underestimate the academy, he commented. Knowing these people, they wouldn't give up after the first attempt. Did we intervene? No, Buddhism did. Oh, Wang Wei was not expecting that. They publicly announced Paragon Kong's status as the destiny chosen of the catastrophe, and the fact that he was under their protection until the foreseeable future. So Mithriya protected him? As the chosen one of this catastrophe, his existence is crucial to the world. However, her actions might also be because she didn't intervene and increase the tension toward the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei analyzed. It was already bad for the world's unity that the demons and innate demon gods were fighting. It would be catastrophic if the Dao Opening Sect and the Grand Sect Alliance also started showing their fangs. Wang Wei checked his token for a second time. And as expected, he found the news that the sect chose Kong as an ally, allowing him early access to the benefit of the merit scroll. This meant Kong, Lin Fan, and Su Shi should have the highest cultivation among the people from the trial. Did you ever find out what Kong did with Paragon Jimin? We did, Xie replied before handing him an information talisman. A new shadow agency called the Stealers has recently shown its head, and they've been growing at an alarming rate. According to our investigation, they are from the Academy, most likely created from Paragon Jimin's Dao. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. One of his plans was to study Jimin's Dao and incorporate it into his Fate Shadow Guards. However, it seemed Kong had gotten his power before him. Send Kong a message. Tell him I'm cashing in one of my karma debts. I want all the information he gathered about Jimin's power. Since Kong had done most of the work for him, he would gladly accept the fruit of his labor. Now he only needs to wait for Red Mask and Wang Ju to perfectly incorporate his thief Dao into his guard. I think I'll call them Fate Stealers. Yes, that's an excellent name, Wang Wei thought. As you wish, Xie nodded. Anything else to report? Yes. First, Grand Elder Wang Bo wishes to see you. However, he refuses to tell me why. That's understandable, Wang Wei nodded. Secondly, we've received news from Red Mask. She said her mission was a success, but something went wrong, and she was injured. She asked whether to take the risk to return home or wait and observe for a while. Take a risk? Has she been compromised? Wang Wei muttered with squinted eyes. The only way it would be risky for her to return home from an injury was if she noticed someone might be trying to use her as a pawn. Wang Wei closed his eyes to sense his connection with her. He did not approach, but observed from a distance. Then, without hesitation, he used his dominion over her to forcefully annihilate Red Mask. Wang Wei opened his eyes and raised his hand to condense a shadow cocoon. Feed her the best shadow materials to ensure she's revived as soon as possible, he ordered. Yes, Lord. Once she's back, put her through the existence-observing artifact. Although he killed Red Mask's previous body, Wang Wei wanted to be careful in case he missed something. Yes. By the way, what happened to the artifact? Did the ancestors find other people with problems? He created an artifact for the sect to observe people's existence and find people with problems. Yu Kai had discovered a few people, but the cultivators from the ultimate taboo hadn't been checked yet. Such information is above my status, Xie replied truthfully, forcing Wang Wei to check his token. A few people were contaminated, but Qiyuan and the others haven't decided how to deal with them. There will probably be a meeting to discuss what course of action to take. Xie subsequent report was about minor things. For example, Jia Ping did an excellent job of establishing his dynasty. The puppet demon was locked somewhere, with his sole purpose in life to build as many puppets as possible. The Divine Faith Haven has been eerily quiet since the return of Supreme God Shintian. The Skill Path Association has been increasingly bold and direct in its demands for its artifact, and the Grand Sect Alliance has controlled its outward desire for Black Heart. After finishing her report, Xie left, and Wang Wei chose to catch on more fish before seeing Wang Bo. A small amount of purple merit? I wonder whose faction has been saving this thing for an emergency. Wang Wei chuckled before an idea struck his mind. Merit will become crucial in the next few years, especially since there are some items that he wants to buy. For example, there are a variety of time rooms for exchange in the scroll, and these things have an acceleration of over 10 times. Although they are only for one-time use, they are still valuable. According to the description, there is also something called the Primal Room, which can train and increase a person's chances of becoming a primal paragon. Those two are just a few things that are useful for Wang Wei. Unfortunately, these items belong to the very best of the paragon section, making them extremely pricey. With an evil smirk on the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei started robbing the factions without any primal of their merit. The process was smooth, with a few lineages that had a somewhat challenging protective array, requiring him to be careful before bypassing their defenses. What a great haul, Wang Wei grinned. The merit was enough for him to exchange something called the Origin Essence from the scroll. allowing him to reach the Elder Fiend God Realm 7 heaven in record time. The wife's food and my essence flower talent should allow me to reach the 8th heaven. I haven't used the reward from Causal Feedback Sutra that copied Old Man Tianji. The feedback should get me another heaven with plenty leftovers. And finally, I'll only need to take an ascending essence pill to instantly reach the 10th heaven. Wang Wei smiled. Of course, he needed to solve his bloodline problem first. But it was a thing to celebrate that he had all the resources for his flesh to reach the peak as soon as possible. While this is good news, there is also bad news, Wang Wei analyzed. My willpower is technically only 98%, and all this rapid increase in cultivation may not help me reach the peak. There is no way to instantly raise his willpower, and even if there were, Wang Wei would not use them. Once his 12th revolution is perfected, his bloodline will have the ability to temper his mind, but unlike the other aspects of his cultivation, it will be a slow process. Ultimately, all my problems are because things keep happening and am forced to grow as fast as possible, Wang Wei complained. If not for the fact that he has to participate in event after event, he would have plenty of time to temper his body and cultivate. This situation is why he's still contemplating the feasibility of his plan to travel to the past and use the time wisely to train all his skills and make up for his young age. No point in complaining, he sighed as he slowly stood up from his fishing spot. He stretched before sending Wu Hong a talisman to tell her he may be slightly late. Then he teleported away to see that old man with a small filter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15:15 Wang Boss Update. Boy, you're finally here, Wang Bo said as he finished putting a rune on a boat. Yes, I am. Hold on. Wang Wei looked at him. You're healed. Wang Bo's cultivation was stuck because of a Dao injury, but now Wang Wei noticed his realm had increased by 1%. Partially, Wang Bo replied. Did you get something from the scroll? Wang Wei asked. That's right, Wang Bo nodded. I didn't want them to waste the resources on me, but Miscellaneous and Yan Shirong insisted. It was the first time he had met his disciples in person, and they insisted on helping his injuries. Qiyuan immediately accepted their proposal, but Wang Bo was adamant that they didn't need to worry about him now, and focus on the other talents of the sect. Ultimately, Miscellaneous and Yan Shirong had to insist that it was a gift to their teacher, forcing Wang Bo to accept the pill that can alleviate his injuries. As for the one that could completely heal him, it was currently too expensive. Well, I guess I don't have to do anything, Wang Wei nodded. What could you do? Wang Bo asked. I had an experimental treatment I was going to try, but there is no need now, Wang Wei explained. Hold on. We can still try. If it were before, Wang Bo would never have believed these words. But he took the time to learn more about this boy and understood that he was capable of making miracles. Aren't you fine? Just wait a while and we'll get you a problem-free healing pill. Wang Wei persuaded. I saw the prices of these things. If you have a method that can save us some money, why not use it? Wang Bo stated. You have a point, Wang Wei nodded. During his retreat, he not only focused on his primal soul ring art. His 3 arts, 3 selves allowed him to multitask, so he also completed the Causal Feedback Sutra based on the outline from Wu Hong, and upgraded his existence acupoint technique. Let's get down to official business first. You're right, Wang Bo nodded. Although he now saw hope for his previously destroyed future, he knew how to control himself and focused on what was important. Wang Bo waved his hand, and they teleported to another dimension full of boats. Wang Wei glanced at the top and saw numerous floating mountains, volcanoes, and other natural phenomena, with individuals creating the exact same boat as the one from Time Eater. You've reverse-engineered it. We did, Wang Bo nodded. Boy, I don't know what existence you saved in your past life to have such a woman in your life, but you better not mess things up. If I didn't know that, you think I would have gotten this far with her? Wang Wei replied. That's what I'm talking about. Wang Bo patted his shoulder. He still remembered when this woman's projection showed up and systematically disassembled the runes behind that boat. Wang Bo and his team had been using the Dao Path tablet to increase their skills, but they learned as much from her short time here as the thousands of yuan epochs they spent with the tablet. How many have we built so far? Wang Wei asked. About 20,000. That's it. I'll have you know that's a lot, Wang Bo complained. According to the agreement, a quarter of our production will be handed to your wife as long as she provides the materials. And the real issue is the material. We've found a substitute for most of them, except for the primary material, which we had to synthesize artificially. You can imagine the headache behind that process. Wang Wei's brow furrowed after hearing this. No need to worry. We knew we could not manufacture more boats than the enemy, so we chose the elite route. Wu Hong helped us update the blueprint. One of our boats can probably deal with more than 1 million of those cheaply manufactured ones. That's only if the enemy does not have their own elite version of the boat, Wang Wei grunted. We also considered this and created some weapons for this possibility, Wang Bo revealed. That's good to hear. What about the cheap boats? Wang Wei asked as he pointed to the boats being created at lower altitudes. We've built more than 10 million of the CT boats. CT? Code name for cheap time boat, Wang Bo explained. You said we could sell these things? Yeah, is there a problem? Are you sure this is a good idea? We might barely have enough for ourselves depending on the invasion scale. You may have a point, Wang Wei nodded. His priority should be protecting his sect and not making money. It would be best if he could have his cake and eat it too, but that's not possible. Wait, there might be a way. What if we sold the blueprint to Heavenly Dao to put on the scroll? Wang Wei suddenly said. Wang Bo's eyes lit up. The scroll's purpose is to increase our chances of surviving the catastrophe, and the OT boats or CT boats can be immensely beneficial. Give me the blueprints, Wang Wei asked, and Wang Bo condensed a talisman for him. One more thing. You've seen the prices on the scroll. How much do you think our design is worth? Wang Bo immediately started calculating. He took into account the materials, their labor, the price for the ideas, and many others before giving Wang Wei the minimum and maximum value of the blueprint. As for the actual price, it will be up to him to negotiate. What about the countermeasures we discussed to deal with these foreign boats? Wang Wei asked. Ask the Empress, Wang Bo said before handing him another talisman. She left a basic explanation of her plan, but said she would take over the project and add it to the Hong protection system. I can always trust her work, Wang Wei nodded. His gaze shifted to a floating continent a few distances away. He saw countless disciples being trained on how to use the boats. You should add puppets to the training regimen. In fact, they should be the core. Why would we want these things? Wang Bo said uncomfortably. By your tone, I'm guessing you're not a fan? Wang Wei asked. The old man sighed. I once found a tomb of a puppeteer who died because his creation successfully revolted against him. I've never trusted these things since. That's a rare thing, Wang Wei commented. Puppets can have souls and intelligence, so, understandably, one might escape their bondage. However, it was rare for such an event to occur. No matter how low the possibility, it's still possible, Wang Bo said. Our disciples and elders will become even more valuable in the catastrophe, so we must ensure we protect them to the best of our ability, Wang Wei said. I would rather lose a puppet than one of them. Their sect was not a puppeteer faction that considered puppets with souls as real individuals, so Wang Wei would put the lives of flesh above metal and wood. You have a point, Wang Bo groaned. Despite his feelings, he sent the order to train the puppets to control the Time Boat Legion. I hope we don't regret this. We just need to take precautions to combat any future regrets, Wang Wei said. Puppets are more easily corruptible than humans, so create a protocol that they will self-detonate if shown any signs of being manipulated by the enemy. Wang Bo looked at him. It seems you're not just more greedy than that boy Qiyuan, but you're also more cautious. Well, I stand on the shoulders of giants, Wang Wei smiled. Wise words, Wang Bo nodded. I'll do the protocol myself. Once it's done, ask the Empress to check if she can make any improvements. Old man, why do I feel you have a crush on my future wife? Hey boy, if I knew I had even a 1% chance, I would have fought you to the death for her hands, Wang Bo replied with a sneer. Wang Wei was speechless. If not for the latter's seniority, he would have fought him. He shook his head before proceeding with helping Wang Bo with his injuries. Wang Wei placed more than 1,000,000 needles on his body, and he ensured each of them hurt like hell. Wang Bo stared at him, but Wang Wei acted ignorant. Regardless, the old man learned another side of Wang Wei. Pet and vengeful. How do you feel? Wang Wei asked. Peaceful, Wang Bo said truthfully. It was the same feeling after taking the healing pill for his injury. There was some residual power from the pill, and I've used it to alleviate your injury further. You should be able to increase your cultivation by another 1%. However, from now on, the healing process will be slow. That's fine by me, Wang Bo nodded. How often do I have to receive acupuncture from you? Every 1,000 yuan epoch is sufficient. All right. Now that he confirmed his method was correct, Wang Wei had nothing else to do with this old man. He left, heading directly to Yanhai's mountain to fetch the scroll before returning to his mansion to contact Heavenly Dao. They met face-to-face in her human appearance again to negotiate the price of the blueprints. The result was in the middle of Wang Bo's estimation. While Wang Wei wanted to sell it as high as possible, Heavenly Dao wanted people to use and benefit from the blueprint. In the end, they had to compromise. After this negotiation, Wang Wei discovered a new change to the scroll. Other people can add their inventions for others to purchase for merit. There was also a spirit to negotiate the price. That was fast, he muttered. Such a swift action revealed that Heavenly Dao was putting all its attention on the world and the upcoming catastrophe. It won't be long before the scroll is made public, Wang Wei thought. According to his prediction, Emperor Kong should be getting access to the scroll about now. And in a little while, everyone in the world will too. Wang Wei exhaled. He left his mansion to return the scroll to Yanhai and explain the new changes. Then Wang Wei teleported to the Origin Seal continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15-16 Uncle Master's authority. As soon as he arrived, Wang Wei realized he couldn't sense Wu Hong's aura. Is she still with Mithreya? I guess I'll make myself comfortable before she returns, he muttered. He was about to find their place to relax and wait when two people suddenly appeared before him. Who dares intrude on our continent? A woman said. Do you know who you are offending? Said a man. Wang Wei looked at them. You're Song Luli and Song Jiang. How do you know us? Song Jiang asked. Oh, you're the one the master talked about, his sister added. So it's him. Song Jiang looked at him up and down, as if he were a predator scrutinizing its prey. You're handsome enough, so I could understand why the master would like you, but why are you so young? Song Luli asked. Plus, aren't you a little too weak to be the master's husband? Song Jiang asked. Wang Wei was momentarily speechless. Love has no boundaries or limitations of age or cultivation level. That sounds like something a pervert would say, Song Luli said, baffling him even more. Are you a pervert? Song Jiang asked. I think he is. Look at his eyes. It's the eyes of someone who has some terrible thoughts in his mind, Song Luli added. Do you think the master knows? Maybe we should warn her? She's usually good at discerning people. Maybe she's been blinded by love. We can't allow her to marry a pervert, Song Jiang said. Don't worry, she will see him for who he is eventually. However, we can't meddle, or she'll think we are trying to hinder her happiness. You have a point, but I feel bad how she'll be with a pervert for such a long time before he sees him for who he is. Song Luli sighed deeply, her voice full of melancholy. Even the master cannot escape the curse known as love. Don't worry. We will be beside her once the perv is gone. Are you guys done? Wang Wei asked, still baffled. Wu Hong warned him about the playful nature of her disciples, but this went beyond playful. What do you mean by done? Song Luli asked. All right, it's my time now to speak, Wang Wei raised his hand. First of all, you should address me as Uncle Master. What? You must be out of your mind, Song Jiang sneered. As your master's future husband, Isn't that my official title? His words immediately made them speechless. He was right. I'm not a person who cares about hierarchy and status, so I couldn't care how you address me, but unfortunately, you offended me. So go ahead, address me properly. Song Luli and Song Jiang's lips twitched. They glanced at each other before looking back at Wang Wei. Their eyes were firm, and their mouths even firmer. Rebels, aren't you? My favorite pastime is to break rebellion spirits. Wang Wei chuckled as a bamboo stick slowly materialized on his palm. In my clan, there is this ancestral bamboo that can discipline all the members of the Wang clan as long as it's in the ancestors' hands. The one in my hand is a projection and modified based on my status as your uncle master. In other words, I can beat you up, and you can do nothing about it. Of course, I encourage you to resist so I can tell your master, and she can truly punish you. The twins' face changed. Is there a need for you to do this? Song Luli asked. Uncle master, there is no need for such humiliation, Song Jiang added. Traitor, why are you calling him that? Song Luli snapped. Stupid. Do you really want to be beaten? We will never have the face to stand before him from now on. What happened to our solidarity? Song Luli sneered. Enough, my little nephews, Wang Wei said. This beating is inevitable. However, I'll be more lenient toward you since you call me Uncle Master. Thank you, Song Jiang said with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Song Luli stared at him as if her eyes were daggers. As for you? Well, the more rebellious you are, the more I'll enjoy myself. Wang Wei rushed over, and the screams echoed in the room. The twins soon proved to be faster than he, but it didn't matter. The bamboo will hit its target as long as Wang Wei swings. Half an hour later, they knelt before Wang Wei with bruises on their faces. How dare you call me a pervert? Wang Wei said. Even if it's true, but that's something between me and your master and what we do behind closed doors. Don't speak about the master like that, Song Luli said. You want some more? And no. No what? No, Uncle Master. That's a good girl, Wang Wei nodded. I'm a chill guy. My original plan was to be the fun Uncle Master, who secretly helps you when your master is too strict with you. But, look what you've made me do. It's all her fault, Song Jiang said as he pointed at his sister without an ounce of shame. Spineless traitor, Song Luli cursed. I'll never forget you for this. I won't speak to you for the next 10,000 yuan epoch. And I'm tired of being dragged into your shenanigans. And 10,000 yuan epoch is too long. Make it 1,000. No, it has to be at least 9,000. 2,000 is as far as I can accept. How can you understand the severity of my anger with only 2,000 yuan epoch? No, I won't talk to you for at least 8,000, Song Luli countered. Alright, you guys are giving me a headache. I don't know how she can deal with you for so long, Wang Wei said. Don't you have anything better to do? We still have training to do, Uncle Master, Song Jiang said. Well, get to it, you Uncle Master, Song Luli uttered, her voice almost a whisper with the last part. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss them, and the twins disappeared as if they were running away. However, he suddenly jumped as he sensed something. By the fate's blessing, how long have you been here? He asked as he held his heart. Long enough, Wu Hong replied with a smile. You should have said something. Wang Wei approached and kissed her before they sat in front of each other. These two have been with me for a long time, and I know their personalities. You did the right thing by establishing your authority, Wu Hong nodded. You did a great job. If I'm not mistaken, they are only a breath away from becoming primals. If nothing unexpected occurs, they should reach that level in the next few yuan epochs. Thanks, but you also have some credit. The nourishing core. Yes, but also because you reminded me of the absolute killer, Wu Hong explained. For the training, I recreated the absolute killer's reign of terror, sealed the twins' memories, and forced them to fight for their lives against him. Wang Wei nodded. Life and death are consistently among the best forms of training, no matter the cultivation stage. I always wonder, would the absolute killer be as terrifying in our current era? Oh no, Wu Hong replied. After his disappearance, paragons came together and dissected his ability. They learned and improved from it. And I believe the first primals appeared after that event. So, he would be nothing special unless he learned and adapted from modern techniques. I figured as much, Wang Wei nodded. Although it appeared the cultivation had remained stagnant with no improvement, that's only on the surface. Skills and techniques have drastically improved from the old era. And a sign of this improvement is the number of primals and paragons that exist in the modern age. Once the twins become primal, you can finally avenge your grievance, Wang Wei smiled. That's right, Wu Hong sneered. Her experience in the lower dimension forced her to develop a strong and prideful personality. Now no one in the world can underestimate her. However, one of her sore spots was that everybody called her origin seal continent the weakest overlord because her second primal is a puppet. However, once the twins become primals, she can finally hold her head proudly and no longer be humiliated. Let's not talk about these brats. How was your talk with Mithria? It was good, Wu Hong nodded. She sincerely apologized, and I stopped being hard-headed and accepted her apology. It was good to have my old friend back. Wang Wei looked at the smile plastered on her face, and his mood improved. Do you want to go to the beach? Why all of a sudden? I don't know, but I suddenly felt like experiencing a beach day. Are you asking because you want to see me in a bikini? Wu Hong stared at him. While that would be appreciated, I promise this time, my purpose is pure. I just want to spend some time at the beach with you. Wu Hong believed him. If that were his motive, he would have just stated it or asked directly. I don't see why not. Do you want to build one here, or use the Grandmiss wheel? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15-17. Taking a significant step forward, Wang Wei and Wu Hong walked in the sand with bare naked feet, while holding each other's hands. They felt the sun hitting their skin, the smoothness of the sand, and the gentle caress of the waves. The atmosphere seemed perfect for a simple date. It's indeed beautiful, but it's not the same, Wang Wei said. You can create other people and make it livelier if you want, Wu Hong suggested. I know, but it's not the same. Are you feeling nostalgic for an authentic beach experience from Earth? She asked. That's right. I think this is the first time since I was young I missed home so much, Wang Wei nodded. You can visit now that you're a paragon. It's too dangerous. You can at least send a projection to check things out, Wu Hong said. That may not be a bad idea, Wang Wei nodded. He would need some preparation, but it's possible to visit Earth and the prehistoric world for a short period. The couple enjoyed the sand before looking at the sunset. It's beautiful, Wu Hong said. Although they can control the concepts that make up realities themselves, it's always good to ground themselves by enjoying the purest form of nature. If only we could enjoy this kind of thing together for all eternity. Why can't we? Wang Wei asked as he turned to face her, his palm still closely grasping hers. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes. Tell me, you want one day suddenly ask me to dim my light so you can shine? If one day I need you to do that, it means I've failed as a husband and as a cultivator, Wang Wei replied. Wu Hong was arrogant, but so was he. If he ever needed her to shrink herself for him to shine, then his pride and arrogance must have been abandoned, making him a failure as a husband and a cultivator. You promised? I do, Wang Wei said firmly. Good. I hope you won't forget today's words. I won't, Wang Wei smiled as he kissed her forehead. They continued walking in the sand. No more hypothetical? Is your curiosity satiated? Since you ask for more, I'll give you. Let me think. What if one day, you had to choose between your absolute freedom and me? What would you choose? Wang Wei stopped walking and looked her in the eyes as he answered. My obsession is too deep. I'm afraid I'll choose my ambitions. Is that a deal breaker for you? No. Ultimately, we are cultivators first, driven by our obsession and ambitions. I would do the same, Wu Hong replied. She also has her ambitions and dreams, and would not give them up for anyone else. Wang Wei smiled. I'm glad to hear that. Let's continue, she uttered while they continued walking. Let's say I was captured and you needed to save me, but you know there is absolutely no way to save me, and you would 100% die in the process. Would you still come? I'm assuming in this scenario, I cannot just cultivate to a higher realm to revive and avenge you. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. In that case, I would come to save you. Why? Aren't you giving up on your dream by rushing into a sure-death situation? She asked. It's one thing for me to end things between us for my ambition, but another for someone to force it to happen, Wang Wei explained. I will fight until the end to save you and continue living. You know that's illogical, right? They stopped, facing each other once again. So, I would never forgive myself if I allowed you to experience true death without doing everything in power to prevent it, Wang Wei admitted. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes, looking at its purity and clarity. She smiled before kissing him. My hero. Of course, Wang Wei grinned. What about you? What's your goal in life? I know when you were young, you wanted to prove to the world you were worthy. Now you're the famous Empress Wu. You should have proven your worth to the world, no to the chaos universe. I have indeed outgrown my previous goal, Wu Hong nodded. Currently, I only have one obsession: unraveling the world's mysteries. I want to know all the taboos, find what happened in the Lost Age, what the Genesis Age was like, discover the essence of all the grand constructs, study the operation mechanism of Grand Tao, and more importantly, I want to see with my eyes what lies beyond the chaos universe. That's an excellent goal, and one very fitting to you, Wang Wei praised. Wu Hong was probably the most knowledgeable person he knew due to the nature of her Tao. So it made sense that she would be interested in discovering all the secrets and knowledge of the universe. Of course it's great. Don't you see whose goal it is? She replied with a proud smirk. Wang Wei looked at how adorable she was, and he suddenly had an idea. He knelt on one knee and summoned two small boxes, one with a diamond ring and the other a jade bracelet. This ring belonged to my mother, the one from Earth. It's a family heirloom that she promised to give me, but in the end, she went back on her word and gave it to my little brother. I've created it and planned to give it to you in the lower dimension, but felt it was inappropriate. Wang Wei looked at the ring as he momentarily lost himself in his memories. The jade bracelet is from my mother. It's not a family heirloom of anything, but something she made for her future daughter-in-law. Apparently, she made it as soon as she was pregnant with me. Well, look at me rambling. I didn't expect to be so flustered. What I'm trying to say is, would you spend eternity with me? Wu Hong glanced at him, and for a brief moment, she saw their life until the end of time and beyond. She smiled because she was more than happy with what she saw. I do. Wang Wei's beating heart finally eased as he exhaled deeply. He slowly put the bracelet and ring on her finger. You may need to refine them again to prevent breakage during battle. The last time these things were updated was during the Great Emperor realm. I feel they would lose their sentimental value if I modify them. I think you'll wear them as is and put them away during fights, Wu Hong said. It's up to you, Wang Wei nodded. By the way, do you want a wedding? And if so, on what scale? Something as small as we did in the lower dimension, or something extravagant? It has to be extravagant. Grand weddings are the best way to amass resources from all the factions, Wu Hong said. Are you sure? Given the current situation, this may not be the best idea, unless you want to rush the wedding as soon as possible. However, I was hoping we could wait until I became a primal. What? Feeling the pressure? How can I not? I'm just a little nobody marrying the beautiful and powerful Empress Wu, Wang Wei smiled. Wu Hong shook her head. Grand weddings require time to prepare. Since we expect others to give us lavish gifts, the wedding must be of a certain caliber. Wait, I just had a brilliant idea. What if we had a heavenly wedding? A heavenly wedding? That's not a bad idea, Wang Wei said. Heavenly weddings will be blessed by heavenly Tao, and they will receive luck and merit, which is crucial with the existence of the scroll. However, you would need a karma position first. Wang Wei is a three-realm emperor, which is a karma position, meaning he's fine, but that's not the case. It should be easy to get a guardian position from Heavenly Tao because of the Hong protection system. You're right, but do you think it's a good idea to bind yourself to the eternal ascension world when a catastrophe is coming? It's not as serious as you think. I've just updated the system for the invasion. And such an achievement is enough to get a position with too much karma attached to it, Wu Hong explained. That's fine, but there is still the time issue. We don't know when the catastrophe will happen. They'll start preparing for the wedding. You focus on becoming a primal as soon as possible. And once you've reached that level, we will send the invite. As for when the wedding will happen, well, decide then. If push comes to shove, we'll have it during the catastrophe and use it as bait to lure the enemy to cause trouble. You would risk ruining our wedding? Wang Wei asked. The best kind of wedding is the type that is followed by small bloodshed. Wu Hong replied as she licked her luscious lip. That's my girl. Wang Wei smiled before kissing her cheek. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15:18 Kong's Blessing. Emperor Kong sat on his throne, calmly looking at the ambassador before him. Being Wang Wei's friend had many benefits, but there was also the downside: karmic debt. He sighed to himself before waving his hand to condense a talisman. Master Wang Wei will be pleased by your decision. Xie Huan bowed before slowly leaving. Emperor Kong sighed to himself a second time. The sad part is that he still owes some debts after paying this one due to the use of the scroll, or Wang Wei bowing out and recommending him for the chosen one position. I didn't expect it would be interested in the Steelers, Lin Fan, who was standing to the right of the throne, commented. He was not surprised Wang Wei had already heard the news and deduced it originated from their academy, but the latter's interest surprised Lin Fan. Our shadow agency has tremendous potential, Susher commented from the left. Most factions used invisibility or shadow for their faction, and a few had unique agencies like the Steelers. His Fate Shadow Guard is nothing to sneeze at. The fact that he wants our knowledge might indicate he plans to fuse the two's powers. That's scary to think about, Lin Fan uttered. The advantage of the Steelers is that they can directly steal information or steal a person's identity, to facilitate an easier time gathering information. He could imagine how much more efficient they would be if they had access to the power of fate. We need to start preparing to deal with them, Lin Fan suggested. Agreed, Susher nodded. In due time, Emperor Kong said. Let's continue our previous discussion. He teleported to a beige room where everybody sat on a cushion with small tea tables on the side. Emperor Kong summoned a scroll, the merit exchange list. Right before he was disturbed, Kong suddenly received this item from Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao is truly unfair, Lin Fan sighed. By now, they had figured out why the Dao opening sect allowed them to exchange rare and unknown resources with merit. You can say that louder, Emperor Kong thought. He was prepared to fight Wang Wei for the chosen one position for the upcoming catastrophe. Who knew Heavenly Dao did not even consider him until the latter rejected the offer. On top of everything else, Heavenly Dao gave them access to the list years ahead of him, the chosen one. Emperor Kong kept a calm exterior despite how he truly felt. There is no point in focusing on the negative. We have the scroll years before everybody else, and we must take full advantage of it. Our primary concerns should be how to acquire more merits. After receiving the Dao opening sect's notice, Emperor Kong used all his merit. Most of it was from his actions at the end of the Two Suns 7 Moons era, a small reserve from the Academy, and by activating his luck and acquiring a fortunate encounter with merit. The merit has allowed him to reach a cultivation of 97% and a 98% soul. However, it's not enough since he had to share with his two talented disciples. In fact, he even had to sacrifice the benefits of Paragon 9 death. Besides a great contribution to heaven and earth, I can't think of another way right now, Lin Fan said. After Empress Wu started selling significant information about the catastrophe, all those factions use small methods of gathering merit, like helping the weak and poor. It could be argued that the eternal ascension world has never been so peaceful and prosperous because of these people's actions. That would be the ideal solution, Emperor Kong nodded. He had an idea, but it was still brewing. I think I may have a plan, Sushar said. Oh. Kong looked at her. Both his disciples were bright, but Lin Fan had developed the habit of letting his wife think for him, serving as the muscle in their operations. By now, all the Paragon lineages know of the catastrophe, but it cannot be said for Empyrean and weaker lineages. We can contact them and sell the news for merit. Their reserve should be small, but if you consider the large number of these factions, it's still a significant number of merit. That's not a bad idea. Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. We can even take advantage of this situation to form alliances and partnerships with these small lineages, even investing in the ones with potential. Exactly, Sushar nodded. Should we contact them immediately? Lin Fan asked. No, if we start moving openly, the other factions will stop or copy our method. It would be best to use the Stealers to contact these factions secretly. That's what I was thinking, Kong nodded. One of you should take charge of this assignment. I have something I must do. I'll do it, Lin Fan said. No, I'll do it, Sushar refused. Although the mission requires discretion, someone has to secretly meet with these factions, meaning you can't take the risk. You're worrying too much. After Buddhism's warning, the Grand Sect Alliance won't dare touch us. They won't touch the teacher. We are irrelevant, Sushar warned. Sushar's right. No need to take the risk, Emperor Kong said. Buddhism's words can protect him as long as he remains the chosen one, but the protection does not extend to other academy members. In fact, even he was not completely safe as someone might take his destiny. However, Emperor Kong felt reassured because Heavenly Tao was quite selective about the catastrophe, meaning not everyone who killed him would receive the destiny. All right. Lin Fan sighed as a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He was determined to become a primal, and even go beyond that so he could avenge his little girl. More importantly, he needed strength so he could get enough merit to buy a true resurrection stone from the exchange list, which would allow him to revive his daughter despite the fact that she died during a supreme outlaw trial. Emperor Kong looked at Sushar. Ask if you need something. No problem, she nodded before suddenly pausing. I just thought of something. The Empress is not fond of devil cultivators. Do you think she sold the information to the Devil Caucus? The chances are low, Emperor Kong replied. It's common knowledge that Empress Wu is not fond of the devil race or devil cultivators, so it's possible she did not sell the news to the Devil Caucus, which is an alliance of all devil cultivators. The caucus has no primal, but they have a significant number of paragons. They should have a good reserve of merit, Sushar analyzed. Maybe we can get it from their hands. You may be right, but these people do not trust non-devil cultivators. So let's send 9 Death instead, Emperor Kong suggested. After the defeat of the primogenitor devil, the devil cultivators experienced a severe culling from the overlords and other factions. The process was so harsh that it severely destroyed their chi luck, resulting in their faction not giving birth to even one primal despite their large population. Sushar nodded. She hoped her deduction was correct. Their academy looked safe, but that was only on the surface. As long as the Grand Sect Alliance has the means to resist Buddhism in the slightest, they will attack the academy. Normally, it would be virtually impossible for them to acquire such power, but the exchange list has opened endless possibilities for everyone. We need to improve as fast as possible, Sushar thought. The only way to get out of the situation is for them to grow as fast as possible, until they can fight head-on against the Alliance without anyone else's protection. The meeting soon ended, and everyone dispersed. Sushar contacted 9 Death. Lin Fan went to train his skills, and Emperor Kong started tinkering with his grand idea to gain merit. While alone, he began designing a formation. As soon as he started, he entered a mysterious state where things went smoothly for him. His mind was free, his creativity flowing, allowing him to innovate as much as he wished. Emperor Kong did not know this was one of the benefits of being a chosen one. Most things he does will go smoothly because of the blessing of destiny. Wang did not need this benefit because he was a Tao overlord, meaning his mind was already in a state of freedom and creativity. However, Kong needed that slight boost. For this to work, I will need a way to link everyone, he thought. It would be too challenging to build an array that covered the entire world, unless I get the Overlord's approval. The Grand Assembly might happen soon. I could propose the idea. However, there is a better way. What place can already connect all mortals' minds and souls? The Void Illusion Realm. Emperor Kong paused before smiling wryly. His idea eventually led to Wang Wei. His idea was inspired by the latter's mortal civilization. Kong noticed how their civilization had reached the state where they could confront immortal venerables. Inspired by mortals' ability to contribute to high-level battles and the upcoming catastrophe, Kong pondered another way mortals could help. He thought of creating a way to combine their souls for battle. Mortals are weak, but their greatest advantage is their numbers. If trillions upon trillions of them linked their souls, they could create a devastating soul attack that could affect great emperors. Unfortunately, Kong must rely on Wang Wei's Void Illusion Realm, or wait until the Grand Assembly to ask the Overlord's permission and help to finish this project. If I wait until the Grand Assembly, all these lineages will try to get a piece of the pie. Meanwhile, I only need to share a small portion with Wang Wei. The choice was obvious, so Kong no longer mulls over it. He focused on creating the formation needed for this Mortal Soul Legion idea. Once that is perfected, he can contact Wang Wei for access to the Void Illusion Realm and negotiation for the division of merit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1519. What's the plan? Wang Wei and Wu Hong sat facing each other while looking at a cube between them. They were playing civilization chess. Wang Wei chose to make a race of vampires, or humans with blood manipulation abilities. In response, Wu Hong chose a civilization of werewolves, half-human and half-wolf demon races. They enjoyed themselves as they enacted this eternal battle between those two warring races. Really? A seal that targets all blood abilities? Wang Wei said. I haven't broken any rules, she replied. He shook his head before making his move. Since she wanted to target the essence of his civilization, he would do the same for hers. Wang Wei tasked someone to develop a virus that nullified all demon bloods. You never told me what happened to the foundation techniques, he asked. You mean the techniques which were your idea, but you left all the work for me to do. I promised I'll make it up to you. Wang Wei SWFTLY said. I won't let you forget these words. Wu Hong snorted before answering the question. It's completed. Already? At first I was going to invent them one after the other, starting with the 10th to the 13th. However, I figured it would be best to create the 13 Transcendent Foundation. And people who failed in completing it, if they have enough talent, can achieve the lesser versions. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. If someone fails at cultivating this technique, they could still achieve the 12 Ultimate Foundation, the 11 Hegemony Foundation, and even the 10 Supremacy Foundation. How does the technique work? Wu Hong did not immediately answer. She waved her hand to materialize 3 items: a golden orb, a red crystal, and a blue light. Wang Wei observed and identified them. A divinity core. This crystal should be the purest essence from the exchange list. And that light reminded me of the power from the Grand Tao source. Is the essence of the technique spirit, essence and qi? That's right. The divinity core represents the highest and purest form of soul energy. The pure essence is the purest essence of the flesh, and I took time to purify the power of the Grand Tao source to represent the qi aspect. Wu Hong nodded. Everything is connected, meaning that her technique perfectly matches the quintessence realm, which is a manifestation of her understanding of the universe. I was inspired by the concept of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown, Wu Hong continued. The cultivation process requires condensing 3 seeds of potential into the existence, based on a deep understanding of spirit, essence, and qi. The seeds would not only grant a mortal combat power on par with eternal emperors, but also serve as a foundation to enter the quintessence realm. So the technique is now an official transcendent foundation like the perfection method? Wang Wei asked. Do I need to absorb these materials, or just understand the knowledge they contain? Both, Wu Hong said before handing him the items. This is your share. I'll accept them, but I'll pay you the merit for the pure essence, Wang Wei said as he placed them away. Do you even have any merit left? No, but I'm about to be rich again, Wang Wei said. Wu Hong was about to ask when a talisman appeared before him. Wang Wei checked with his divine sense and smiled. What is it? Information about the stealers. Kong's shadow agency? What do you need that for? I plan to fuse them with my fate shadow guards, Wang Wei explained. Don't tell you're going to ask me to do your job for you again? No, that's Wang Ju Red Mask and Xia Huang's job, Wang Wei replied. Once they have a prototype or a working technique, they'll review and improve it. Wu Hong stared at him. By the way, you never told me what your shadow agency is called. They are called the Rune Observers. The core members are all rune life forms I have granted sentience, guaranteeing their loyalty. Rune Observes, not a bad name. What's their specialty? Wang Wei asked. There are a few arrays in the world that they cannot disarm or break, Wu Hong explained, making Wang Wei's eyes lit up. Interested in incorporating our respective agencies? No. Why not? Firstly, you are still in the stages of growing your agency, unless you swallowed the sex-existing foundation. Secondly, even if we marry, it's not good to do everything together or share all our assets. We can cooperate, but there is no need to fuse. You have a point, Wang Wei nodded. He had no plan to swallow the sex agency since it did not belong to him, and he still needed to hand it over to the next sect master. Of course, he will use their infrastructure to help his fate shadow guards reach the peak as soon as possible. Well, let's talk about something else. I've never experienced Dao re-establishment before. Do you have any advice? The hardest part is the pain and sense of dread, but that should be no problem for you. However, I do recommend you wait until your body reaches the peak to do it. Is it because the imbalance might cause problems? Yes. The process is basically forcing your body to a prior state, which is before you become an immortal, modifying it, and ensuring the modifications guide the changes to your body as you return to your normal state. I see. Wait, did you already re-establish your foundation? How could I have enough time? That's true, Wang Wei nodded. She had to cultivate the perfection foundation and create the technique, leaving her without enough time to cultivate the technique. Wang Wei was about to say something else when he received a second talisman. His brow furrowed as he read the content. What is it? Read it yourself. Wu Hong checked the content with her divine sense. Mortal Soul Legion? It's not a bad idea. Yes, but his plan is flawed. While the power of mortals can be utilized, it will also put a target on their backs. Unless we can relocate all of them into protected dimensions, Wu Hong said. An act that would require the Grand Assembly's decision, Wang Wei added. So Kong's attempt to prevent others' interference or sharing the pie is pointless. We can remove everybody's share if we give Methreya a portion, and use her name to introduce the proposition of relocating the mortals. Look at you thinking like a greedy capitalist businessman, Wang Wei said proudly. Your greed has rubbed off on me, and I'm profoundly ashamed for allowing it to, she rolled her eyes. Don't resist. Give in to your desires. Wang Wei chuckled as he sent a talisman to Buddhism to explain the situation. He then sent one to Kong to explain their plans while also granting the latter access to the Void Illusion realm. So what's the plan? Wu Hong asked. For what? For your training. Oh, that. I have to visit the lower dimension, but immediately afterward, I'll enter seclusion again to cultivate my flesh. Once that's completed, the next target is primal. Wu Hong nodded. The nurture core is a fascinating material that I've only unraveled a small part of its mystery. According to my calculation, this thing might accompany us for a long time in the quintessence realm. Wang Wei listened and did not interrupt. I'm testing my research on the twin, and once it's proven successful, I can use it in your primal training. No problem. I can even enter my retreat here. Wang Wei nodded. However, I may need another favor. You wouldn't. Listen to me. The soul technique is more than half done. Why can't you finish it? This is not just a retreat to cultivate my flesh. I was thinking of using this opportunity to deal with my past, and even visit Earth through a projection, Wang Wei swiftly explained. Wu Hong stared into his soul. I promise it won't take you too much time. Will you even have enough time? Only 2 more people need to agree, and the Grand Assembly will begin. So you also think the innate demon gods will allow the Grand Assembly to take place? Don't try to change the subject, she sneered. Even without what happened to the temple, someone else would have called for an assembly to discuss the catastrophe. Those 2 things shouldn't take that long, Wang Wei said. He only needed to review his memories after his death and before his reincarnation, deal with all the negative karma, and review all his life to see if he can find out what time nexuses are, and finally, he'll send a projection to Earth to check on things and talk to Hongjun. Wait, I just realized I forgot to ask Mithreya about the time nexuses. Didn't you remove the spiritual hint? No, even I forgot to ask. The 2 looked at each other, letting the silence speak for itself. I'll try to find the answer myself, but if I fail, we must ask the next time we see her. I'll put a mental note in my sea of consciousness, Wu Hong nodded. So about that favor? Wu Hong glared at him. You're lucky that I think you're cute. Thank you. I promise I'll make it up to you twice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15:20 Visiting Old Friends. While you're retreating, don't forget to think about the wedding. This is as much your celebration as mine, Wu Hong reminded. Of course. You know how flamboyant I can be when I need to, Wang Wei replied. Since they've decided on a grand and lavish wedding, he will go all out for the event. He already had a few ideas, especially for his entrance as the groom. Good. Do you think? Wang Wei's direct communication talisman trembled, forcing him to stop and check it. The people from the Skill Path Association came to see me again. Are they there for their artifact? Yes, Wang Wei nodded. What's the situation? Miscellaneous said he was almost done copying it, Wang Wei said. He once saw the latter's message on the Elder Council Communication Hall about that situation. Then, you need to buy more time by pretending you're in retreat. They probably came because their spies noticed my appearance. It would be too suspicious if I entered seclusion just after leaving, Wang Wei shook his head. Then reveal that you're here. Are you sure? That might reveal our relationship. People are already suspicious, Wu Hong shrugged. She never underestimated the overlords or top lineages. The existence of her clone in the lower dimension was plenty enough for people to raise eyebrows. Then, it'll be bothering you. Wang Wei nodded before answering. He told Yu Kai not to hide the fact that he had left for the Origin Seal continent. The association might ask to deal with someone of higher authority, but the excuse that the ancestors were recuperating is still valid. Wang Wei kissed Wu Hong before teleporting to his cultivation room in the continent. The setting was no different from the ones in his transcending Fate Mountain, and it was even better in some areas. However, Wang Wei insisted on using his own third-rank Dao sources for the array. After sitting down on the purple cushion, he looked at the white walls that calmed him down before deeply exhaling. Wang Wei closed his eyes before summoning a projection to the lower dimension. The first thing he felt as soon as he arrived was how stifling it was. Wang Wei felt like he was an enormous shark forced to shrink himself, so he could fit into a small fish tank. No wonder no one wants to visit this place, he thought. He felt that he might destroy the entire lower dimension if he snoozed wrongly. It also did not help that Heavenly Tao was staring at him ever since his arrival. Let's check the current situation of the Myriad Emperor world, he thought before scanning everything with his divine sense. He had arrived during the 27th generation of the Heavenly Emperor era, and after more than 20 generations, the Tao opening sect had finally chosen to partake in the Heavenwell battle. So this is the time that Kai Song ascends? Great timing, Wang Wei thought. Her talent for puppetry will be greatly appreciated for the upcoming catastrophe. Why can't I find Li Jun? and Dong Lifan should have already ascended, but there was no news of her. Wang Wei checked this world's past and future, but he could not see why the latter disappeared. He shook his head, blaming the 6 paths of samsara for hiding all his information. Wang Wei took a step to teleport to the guardian world. Yan Liling, dressed in a white robe, sat before a cauldron with purple flame coming out of her hands. She was deeply concentrated on the pill she was refining, not even noticing someone else was here. Of course, Wang Wei did not want to be found so as not to disturb her. Luckily for him, the pill was on the verge of completion, so he only had to wait a few days. Impressive skills as always. Who's there? Yan Liling roared as she summoned a defense and attack cauldron to surround her. Big brother Wang? She rushed to hug him, and Wang Wei made his projection corporeal so she could succeed. I didn't expect to see you until I ascended, she said with a gentle smile. Then, she frowned as she remembered something. Is everything all right? The sex said your soul lamp went out for a few minutes. I'm fine. I was facing a tricky enemy and had to fake my death. Someone forced you to fake your death. How powerful was such an enemy? I can tell you in detail in a little while. Before that, I need to know what happened with Li Jun and Dong Lifan. Juna was rewarded for his good services, and he's participating in some kind of program. I don't know much since he had to keep it a secret, but he did tell me the next time we met that his strength should enter the battle taboo realm. As for Dong Lifan, she ascended a while ago. Did something happen to her? It appeared so. Wang Wei nodded. He was glad that Li Jun was doing all right. He plans to meet his grandmother afterward and ask about Li Jun's situation. Dong Lifan's situation will be handed to the sect. If they don't solve the problem, he'll deal with it after leaving seclusion. Don't worry about Dong Lifan. Tell me what you've experienced while I was gone, Wang Wei said. They sat together, and Yan Liling offered her invented pill tea, which was quite delicious. Then, she told him everything she had experienced. His reign drastically influenced the Heavenly Emperor era. The cultivators have evolved to divide a Heavenly Emperor into 2 categories: primary Heavenly Emperors and secondary Heavenly Emperors. The title of primary Heavenly Emperor means a person is the strongest Heavenly Emperor and reigns above everyone else, just like Wang Wei did. After someone becomes a primary Heavenly Emperor, they will try to leave a lasting impact on the world by inventing things like the Dream World, the Sword Dao River, the Darkness World, etc. Then, after reaping all the benefits of the lower dimension, they will have a Dao banquet before ascending. Yan Liling's position as the guardian was relatively free. Her greatest threat was the rebellions from the Hell Court, and a few heavenly emperors who allowed fame and power to get to their heads, and attacked the myriad emperor world. But for the most part, she focused on cultivating and refining pills. I can see how much effort you've put into your craft, Wang Wei praised. He could tell Yan Liling's cultivation was the peak of the great emperor realm, and she was preparing for the taboo battle realm. Furthermore, it appeared she could refine Empyrean pills, but she hasn't done so because she lacked the materials, and these pills took too long to concoct. The peace and quiet have done wonders for my skill and state of mind, Yan Liling nodded. What about you? What have you experienced after your ascension? She was dying to know what he experienced, or how strong he had become. Based on her current strength, all Yan Liling saw when glancing at him was an infinite emptiness. Well, that's a long story, Wang Wei said before telling her everything that happened to him, leaving out only a few secrets that were too important or something that her low cultivation cannot yet access. I knew you would flourish, but I didn't expect you to grow so quickly, Yan Liling sighed, her voice laced with a hint of sadness and a sense of inferiority. Do you want to end your duty early and ascend with me? Wang Wei asked. I've already prepared a clear and rapid path to the Paragon Realm for you and Li Jun. According to Wang Wei's prediction, the 27th, 28th, and 29th generation Heaven Wills will belong to the Dao Opening Sect as Kai Song, Jin Mengyao, and Li Wenling. Yan Liling and Li Jun's reign will be in the 33rd generation, which is a short few hundred million years from now. With a bit of merit and Wang Wei's bargaining, he should be able to release her from her duty. How fast are we talking about? The greatest obstacle to cultivators is the Paragon Realm. Even the most talented individuals will spend hundreds of thousands of yuan epochs in preparation before attempting a breakthrough. I have a method that will reduce the time to a few thousand years as long as you become a peak Empyrean. How long will it take to reach the Empyrean peak? You're quite talented, but you also need to achieve the Empyrean taboo battle realm. So, I'd say over 100,000 yuan epoch, but that's only 10,000 yuan epoch with time formations. Can I reduce that time if I receive merit and benefits from being a heavenly emperor? She asked. It would. Wang Wei nodded. Right now, merit is more extremely valuable in the upper dimension, so the more the better. In that case, I want to wait, Yan Liling said after mulling it over. That's fine by me, Wang Wei nodded. Her choice was the most optimal in this situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1521 Visiting Old Friends 2. And, the Foundation's name has been changed. Check the chapter for the new names. Additionally, there is a plot hole in previous chapters. Wu Hong said the events after the Absolute Killer created primals, when I previously said the Absolute Killer was killing primals like chickens and dogs. What Wu Hong meant to say is that this event created the modern form of primals, meaning primals were different during the Soul Age. Wang Wei thought briefly. Since Yan Liling did not want to leave with him, he would do his best to help her now. I can't directly give you resources, but I can give techniques and valuable information. He raised his palm to condense 3 talismans. The first one is all my knowledge about entering the taboo battle realm. The second is a soul technique that should help you condense an Empyrean soul. It's best to modify it to fit your physique. Lastly, this is the 13 Transcendent Foundation technique. I don't expect you to cultivate this thing in the lower dimension with the lack of resources, but you can start preparing when you ascend. Yan Liling's eyes lit up with each introduction, and she squinted after hearing the last item. Transcendent? As in? Yes, it's a technique to improve your foundation and increase your chances of entering that realm, he explained. Yan Liling has already found her transcendent path, putting her ahead of everybody. Additionally, she can also travel a semi-traditional path. She can first condense her soul quintessence, which would improve her pill refining skills. Then, instead of focusing on her body, she can focus on condensing her Tao quintessence and using its power to nurture her body. Wang Wei is ready to suggest this path to her, but she is still in the Great Emperor realm and is not ready for those conversations. All she needs to do now is establish a firm foundation until she is ready for that step. Thank you, Yan Liling smiled. It seems you've already cultivated the 10th revolution of your bloodline. What about Li Jun? Wang Wei asked. The same. In that case, I'll leave you with the 11th revolution so you can also prepare in advance. Wang Wei nodded before handing her another talisman. He then looked at the sky. Leaving already? I probably shouldn't have spent a few days waiting for you to finish your pill. Wang Wei smiled wryly. Heavenly Dao's eyes on him are becoming more impatient, and the warning to leave as quickly as possible is intensifying. You're not going to check on the sect? There should be time for a short conversation, Wang Wei nodded. One more thing. Have you already started the process of choosing the next guardian? I have prepared the selection test, but I haven't chosen anyone yet, Yan Liling replied truthfully. Choose someone from our sect and start training them now. Is something wrong? The catastrophe is coming, and the lower dimension should be protected. However, the power level involved might be beyond heavenly Daos. Are you saying the lower dimension might suffer? Yan Liling asked. Yes, and since the Myriad Emperor world is the destiny center of the lower dimension, it will be one of the primary attack targets, Wang Wei nodded. The next guardian needs to be prepared for this possibility, and if they are from our sects, they can also ensure its security in case things go awry. Yan Liling squinted. Are you being cautious or just prepared? Prepared, Wang Wei replied. Methraya is technically on the same level as Heavenly Dao. There may be some difference in strength, but their realm or life levels are the same. So if Maitreya could be injured, Heavenly Tao was not safe. I understand. Don't forget to get as much merit as possible before ascending, Wang Wei said to her before teleporting to the sect. The general atmosphere was peaceful, with a hidden sense of nobility and detachment. Since his departure, the Tao opening sect's chi luck has prospered beyond words, especially since they are the de facto rulers of the lower dimensions. They just don't show it. A perfect example of their status is when the sect announced they would be competing in this generation's Heaven Will battle. 90% of factions immediately decided to send their Heaven Chosen to other world communities to compete. The remaining 10% decided to face the beast and try to weaken the Tao opening sect's momentum. Some foreign worlds or lineages even chose to send their best people to compete in the Myriad Emperor Worlds battle to try and stop Kaisong's rise. Unfortunately for them, the following 3 generations will be crushed under the Tao opening sect's supremacy. There are few noteworthy talents, Wang Wei commented. He was slightly worried that the sect wouldn't have any new talent after Li Wenling, but he seemed to be overthinking. Countless unparalleled geniuses have been born in the 3 clans due to the sect's luck and the human fiend god bloodline. Furthermore, most of the best talents in the lower dimension want to join the strongest sect. He teleported to the hidden dimension of the sleeping ancestors, immediately revealing his presence. Origin 1, Sword 1, Desolate 1, and all the others teleported before him. They looked at him with hesitation, not knowing how to address him. Wang Wei was about to say something to appease the situation when Origin 1 acted. He bowed 90 degrees and said, "Welcome back, ancestor." The others did not hesitate and followed him. Wang Wei looked at them. The cultivating world was all about strength, and age was irrelevant. Those people might have been his elders before, and even watched him grow, but now, they had to respect him. Not to mention him technically older than them, Wang Wei thought. He glanced at Ancestor Wusheng. He knew that even if he tried, it would be hard to have their former relationship. "You can rise," Wang Wei said softly, accepting his new title and position. "Is everything all right?" Origin 1 asked. "If you're talking about me, then I'm fine. If you mean the ancestors above, they are also all right," Wang Wei revealed. The last update these people had about the upper dimension was that chaos was spreading, and their ancestors had disappeared after the ultimate taboo. "That's good to hear." Origin 1 sighed in relief. "I came to warn you of a few things," Wang Wei continued. "The upper dimension is about to experience a catastrophe on a scale unlike anything we've seen before, and this time, the lower dimension may not be protected." Everyone squinted their eyes. This was major news. "Most of you have reached the limit of the lower dimension, and are probably considering ascension," Wang Wei continued. Before leaving, he left enough resources and opportunities for these people to become Tao rulers or immortal sovereigns. He also left a system to train replacements to ensure the sect was still strong and protected. This disaster is terrible news, but also an opportunity. For example, there is something called the Path Transfer Mandante, which can allow you to transfer from the Tao or Immortal Path to the Emperor Path, with the limitation that you can only be a pseudo-eternal and drop 1 cultivation realm. Wang Wei was slightly shocked when he saw that thing in the exchange list. Heavenly Tao went all out for the catastrophe, including creating a way to make the Emperor Path more prosperous. He believed there might even be a way to change into a true eternal, but that resource is in the transcendent tier of the exchange list. "Such a thing exists?" Sword 1 asked. "I don't know if it did before, but it does now," Wang Wei explained. His knowledge was limited, but he had never heard of such a thing until he saw it on the exchange list. "So, there is still hope for us," someone muttered, and everyone felt resonance with these words. It did not matter that they could not be eternal, as pseudo was more than enough for them. These people did not know that being a pseudo-eternal was the minimum requirement to become a primal, and if they knew, the ambitious ones would be even happier. Unfortunately, before these people could celebrate for long, Origin 1's next words immediately curbed their enthusiasm. "Such a thing must be extremely rare or priceless, right?" he asked. Everyone knew reincarnation was the only way to change path, but most people did not want to take the risks associated with it. Priceless, but not rare, Wang Wei replied. As long as you have enough merit, you can exchange it. And the upcoming disaster will have plenty of opportunities to acquire merit, if you have the strength and are willing to risk your life. These people did not care about the danger. In fact, most of them were bored ever since the sect became so powerful that most people dared not fight against them. Of course, a few people were calmer about this news and weighed their decision. Wang Wei looked at Desolate One. I know you despise the Emperor path, but there is no room for prosperity for the other paths in the upper dimension. It's extremely challenging to become an insurgent the higher your cultivation. I've been there countless Yuan epochs, and have never met an insurgent worth remembering. Desolate One frowned but did not say another word. Wang Wei did not try to convince him again and said his last words. You can choose whether to stay to pass the catastrophe or ascend to participate. There won't be any repercussions for your decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.